Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. And I see we got quite a few people in the chat already. I'm glad to see you guys here. Let me see if the video is going to connect over here. Hang on, guys. Give me just a minute. I don't know why it's not going live over on the channel. That doesn't make any. Oh, here we go. Now it's going. All right. So here we go with the pixelated.
I was going to say, what did you do to yourself?
Yeah, here we go again. Let me grab Vahagan, get him in there. Hey, Vahagan, we are live, but it looks like, oh, no.
What's
There we
up?
go.
There, it fixed itself.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
What's up, Bahagan?
Not a whole lot.
Mr. Vahagan, how are
How are
you
you
this
guys?
evening, sir?
For you to say you don't have a lot going on, that's not right. You're always working like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the opposite of that. Not a whole lot. How's
All right,
everybody doing?
Good, good.
Doing good.
We've got Rich, David Stewart, Gustavo, Mike Farwell, Paul Connors is in. Sanjit Paul, Sanjit's in here. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you in here. I'd made a comment, and I really want to make that happen, Sanjit. I want to get you and see if we can orchestrate it to get oh shoot, Gertrude Rupa and get you two together for one of these streams on a Sunday morning. Albert in here, Mr. Jimenez, Doss 7772, he's in here. Long Rider, good to see you, sir.
Hello, hello.
All right, we got our panel up here. Myself, Mr. Steve Land, David Moots, Jeffrey Neville, and Mr. Rock and Roll Photographer, Vahagan.
Yeah.
All right. All right, man. I saw the chat going on over there, people talking about questions, having questions and looking for answers over in the chat. I'll tell you, I learned something from the chat every week. We got so many people in there that know so many different things. There's always an opportunity, it seems, to get a question answered over in the chat. So I know you guys have your own thing going on over there, and that's okay because that's what this is about again. T-Mid, good to see you. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're well. Charles, I
Hey.
missed you. Sorry about that.
It's nice to meet you, Steve.
You too, man.
It's nice to see you in here. And
So
you too,
I was
D-Moots, Jeffrey.
so Vahagan, I was telling Jeffrey, man, look at these guys, Steve and David, man. Their setup is stellar.
I really like it. Yeah.
Bahagan
nice.
says I sound like a radio host.
You do.
Radio. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have a voice for radio. It's a good thing. That D-Moots, that your image looks great.
And there's the Z30, man.
Your audio, I can't hear you though.
Yeah, the audio just went
There you
away.
go. Sorry, I had it muted. Forgot I muted.
We could try to read lips, but it's difficult.
All right, so this should be a good time tonight. I mean, I'd promised everybody we weren't going to go into the news, no gear talk up front. We're going to take our time and go through photos. For everybody that submitted a photo, I thank you, and I'm sure the audience will as well. Some ground rules on that as we review the photos. I don't, it's a shame I have to say this. I'm sorry, guys, because all the people that I see in here right now are not going to be an issue. I guarantee that. There's my lovely youngest daughter, Miss Courtney. How you doing, baby? So, this isn't a critique. If somebody's photo goes up and you want people to really be critical about it, then, you let them know or let us know. And, if somebody wants to answer your questions or whatever, that's great. But this is just an opportunity for everybody to get in here and show their what they're doing, what they're currently working on. It's not a photo contest. It's not a harsh critique or anything like that. Just tell us what you took when your photo comes up, why you took it, and where, and we'll talk about it. So let's see what we got in the comments. Anything in the comments? Mike talking about he wants to pull the trigger on a Mac Mini. I want to do the same thing, Mike, but there's so many things in the way right now as far as other things that I want, but I definitely want to as well. Man, and that's right. David Stewart's going to Scotland. Many people would like to make that trip with him. Man, wouldn't that'd be great. All right. You guys have anything you want to say before we get going here? Do we want to go around and introduce ourselves a little more formally? Because I definitely want you guys to talk about who you are, what you're doing, your channel, and everything. I mean, again, that's one of the reasons for having this channel is we need to lift each other up, and help each other out. Jeffrey, I know you've told your story a million times, but for those that may be new, that may be out there in the audience and haven't been on before, who are you? What's your channel, and what do you enjoy shooting?
Well, I shoot pretty much everything, focusing on birding at the moment, but I do like landscapes and sunrises and sunsets and macro and fall foliage and street photography and a bunch of other things. Just don't have enough hours in the day to do everything. I have a YouTube channel called Selective Imagery. Share a combination of video content and stills, and try to inject a little bit of sarcastic wit in some of my videos. And sometimes I get a little too serious, but hey, I'm a different breed of animal. What can I tell you? So hopefully you check out the channel and you enjoy it.
Yeah, you make sure you go over and check his channel out. For me, it's therapy. I just love listening to him talk about it and talk about the birds and give me some interesting facts about them, their characteristics and things. I'm learning as I watch that, but I love the images too, Jeffrey. Vahagan, I don't know if there's even a need to introduce you. You are the man.
You're the rock star. You're
photographer.
the rock star.
No,
Yeah.
no, man. I'm just a guy that likes photography, likes music, rock and roll. I'm a photographer, portraits, weddings, concerts, and I play the drums. And I have a YouTube channel called Vahography.
Yeah, and I was going to say, everybody go over there and check out Vahagan's channel, but everybody in here came from Vahography, so thank you for putting up with me coming over here. But yeah,
hey Chuck, one of us doesn't quite fit in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see
the rest
it.
of us are Vahagan clones, but we didn't come out exactly the same.
I see it. Yeah. It's funny how does a guy with hair feel bad?
Oh, we'll work on that.
Oh man. So one thing, if you haven't gone over, I got to say this, and checked out his asking photographers, or I'm sorry, asking strangers about photography or photography questions, or to see his experience in Best Buy. Talking about cameras, man, look at all of this stuff. But if you haven't been over there and you are a follower of Vahagan, but you haven't seen those, go check them out because it's just classic. Vahagan, you're just coming up with new ideas constantly, and I love it. And the most recent is your podcast format, which I really enjoyed last night. And man, I think you knocked it out of the park with that idea, and looking forward to more of those.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool. Thank you for coming on, Chuck.
No, absolutely, man. I really appreciate it. It's one of those things. A lot of people, even on my channel here, will talk about they're listening to it rather than watching it, and that's fine. But now you've actually conquered the whole thing, so people aren't tempted to take their eyes off the road or stop what they're doing to go look. I mean, it's just audio, and it's fantastic. Looking forward to a whole lot more of that.
It's one-on-one. It's a different thing. It's not live. It just has its own little style. I think it's more intimate,
Yep.
and looking forward to having more of those with some of you guys that want to do that one night. I'd love to have you guys on.
There you go. There you go, folks.
Just send me an email. And we'll
I'll
set
tell
it
you
up.
this. One of the nice things about it, here's what I got from it last night is there are no distractors because there is no video or anything else. You can honestly just sit down and talk. And I think that's big, Bog, and I think you've hit on something here.
Yeah, I got some of the comments in there were like, thank you. We were doing some work in the background and listening to you. And yeah, I appreciate that. It was fun.
All
We had a good
right.
talk. We had a good talk. We talked about a few good things.
Yeah.
V8 and your stream, and it was fun.
It absolutely was. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. Moots Photography, Mr. David.
Thank you again for letting me join in. This has been a blast. People can check out Moots Photography on YouTube. Got a fairly new channel going. Starting to build up a few subscribers. And do basic wildlife photography and concentrating on birds in the Kansas City area.
Yeah, like everybody else, folks, go over there and if you haven't already, check out his channel and, leave a like and, subscribe if you like what you're seeing. Up and coming, Mr. Moots Photography. Steve.
Yo.
Radio voice, Steve.
Pretty much right now. I did this channel beginning of this year, I believe, just to start. Threw a couple of videos up. Got some more stuff written down, but haven't done it yet. But primarily wedding portrait. We do like to go up in the UP since we're Michigan, do waterfalls, eagles, stuff like that. That's primarily what we're doing. Just busy summer. Kids,
All right,
dog,
man.
everything
That's
else.
great.
So.
Troublemaker here. Welcome, Zach. How you doing, buddy?
You just proved that you let everybody in on this channel.
Yeah. So, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a little bit of an announcement. See, normally I'm rocking out the trashy giant big gulp cup, and I don't have that today. So I'm compensating with the white trash cutoffs.
Yeah.
I like the mic. I like the popper stopper.
Yeah.
Papa stopper. I don't even know if it works. It doesn't seem to work in my video editing. I have to go in Adobe Audition and fix the pops.
All right, Z, for those that don't know you that might be in here, Z Wade Photo, tell us who you are, what you do, and your channel.
Yeah, I'm Z Wade, the Z Wade, and Z Wade Photo. I have a YouTube channel, Z Wade Photo. I have a website, zwadephoto.com, and I shoot all kinds of photography. I'm kind of a jack of all trades and a master of everything else besides photography. And I have a diverse collection of content on my channel. A little bit of funny stuff, a little bit of live shooting, a little bit of stuff that gets me red flagged. I don't like that much, but I have one warning. And I just enjoy shooting photography. You can see basically all my throwaway stuff on on YouTube. I reserve my best stuff for my website, which I mentioned. Go check it out sometime after this live stream, not during.
Yeah, everybody, check out Z Wade Photo. It's a lot of fun watching a lot of his content. And then again, there's a lot to glean from his reviews. He's played with some old lenses, and there's just a lot to see there. There's a lot to see with everybody here on this panel. I'll tell you right now, you could binge and spend 2 weeks and not see all the content that's already out there just on this panel. So by all means, go check them out. All right, so tonight is our photo review. I have, what did I say earlier, Steve? How
16,
many photos?
18, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Good.
Yeah, so I'm really happy that folks wanted to participate. And I did this after the last time because the last time it got hijacked, and that's my fault. But this time we're going to talk about the photos. We're going to talk about the photos up front. And then after a while, once we get after we've gone through the photos, if that's all that we're going to talk about when it comes to photos, we'll just turn it over to the chat room, and they usually drive the train and tell us what they want to talk about. Tim, I don't know. I haven't heard from him. As far as Amar goes, I mean, he could slip in here. We'll just have to wait and see. There's a couple of other people that were invited, but one already, he didn't decline. He's busy. He may come in later, and that's Ryan Troy. He wanted to be on, and he has a lot to talk about himself, when he's on. So I hope he makes it, but we'll just see. We'll see who comes in. All right.
Charles, Amar,
go ahead.
Amar.
We just got to hit the keywords that gets Amar anxious to come on, like Laika and Mercedes Benz.
Yeah,
And
no,
then he'll come on.
yeah, yeah. We don't have to stir him up. He'll do that. He'll do that himself if he shows up. But
Amar, where are you?
It's Saturday night. He may be busy. He does have his business that he runs. Not to mention his weekly job or 40-hour week job or whatever. So, all right.
Ronald? Where's Ronald?
You know what? I don't know. But if Ronald, if you're out there and you want to get in here, just let me know. Let me know, sir.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes.
Was everybody supposed to submit a photo, or is this the subscriber base submitting photos? Because I didn't see anything before this.
On the thumbnail, it said anybody that wants to. So yeah, anybody that wants to submit a photo, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll find one as we're chatting.
Okay.
Where do I send it? Just to the email that you always email me from?
Yep. Send it to that email, and I'll pull it over into the stack. So as you can see on the screen behind me, and I'm not sharing my screen just yet, but on the screen behind me is the first photo in the lineup. Let me go ahead and open this up, and hang on a second, guys. I just want to make sure. Well,
Hey, Chuck, it was one photo, right, per person?
Yes, one photo. Although some people sent more than one photo, so there may be an opportunity to get a second photo in. That's going to be, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So here's Ted's photo. I don't know if Ted's in here yet. I haven't seen him in the chat, but I want to bring up his photo. Hopefully, Ted, if you're out there, one of the things I want you guys to do, and I've already had a couple of people say they would not be here to go over their photo, but I'll mention who took it. We can talk about it. But if you're in the chat and you want to call in, that's fine. You can call in when your photo comes up and talk about it, or you can just talk about it in the chat. So this is Ted. It's not Art Bear. He corrected me. I've always said Art Bear, but it's ATR Bear. And that's his initials, by the way, ATR. So ATR Bear or Ted. So this is the photo he submitted, and I like it. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can change this so that I don't know which setup's going to work best. Let me try this. Nope. This. Nope. I guess. Nope. Just trying to get the best view of the photo. There we go. All right. So I think that's a little bit better. Well, no, it's kind of hiding the bottom of the photo, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
There's no way good first time.
Yeah. All right. So hopefully everybody's watching it on something larger than their phone. It's going to get difficult to see these things. But yeah, I wish Ted was here to explain, why he took the photo. I like it. Some people are going to say, well, it's just a snapshot. But here's the thing, if people explain maybe this, I don't know the story behind it, but if it's somebody that's special to you and they can actually give you a reason why, it takes on a different look. But I think it's well done. I like it. I like the colors. It's very crisp. I think he probably took this on his Z5. But I mean,
love it. Love the Z5.
Yeah.
I mean, the photo is meant to capture a moment of time, and that's just what he did. So I think people sometimes use that snapshot term a little bit too negatively.
But it
Yeah,
looks
I
great.
agree.
That's zooming into 200%, by the way, guys,
think
which
this-
is ridiculous.
I think
But
that if that's a father son, I think means
Yeah.
more to the guy sitting there with him from the back than the guy taking the photo. So I think that's
No.
where it comes in.
Yeah,
I agree.
absolutely.
I agree. And if we want to break it, just because I've been studying composition a lot lately, uh, in every technical sense, you have an implied shape created by the fishing pole, the young man's arm, and the side of the dad's body, and you also have a little bit of a frame within the actual frame. And so there's a lot in that picture, and it's a wholesome moment. The dad is baiting up his son's um, his son's rod, and anybody that was to say that, I would say you're not looking at it from the perspective of somebody that cares. You're looking at it like a peeper.
Yeah.
I
Plus,
like
you
it.
got
It's
a
great
happy
photo.
face on the bag. That's important too. You got a
Yeah.
happy face on the bag.
There you
Yeah.
go. Absolutely.
Great wholesome moment and nice saturation. It's robust.
Yes.
So Paul's saying that Ted took it on his Z50. Okay.
All right.
There you go. All right.
I take this as a candid shot, right? So
Sure.
you can't really go there and compose stuff.
Right.
True. Yeah.
Okay.
I think, if you want to get technical, because it does add to it, actually, I think it's exposed extremely well. Obvious, this is in hard sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the shadows, but it looks great.
Good. I would have liked to see the dad. I would have liked to know what the dad is doing.
That's where the mystery comes in.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
maybe a glimpse of it. Maybe if he was turned a little bit to the side and maybe his hands were on the fishing rod or something like that. But overall, it's a good candid.
Well, if it's his son is definitely taking it all in watching dad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it leaves just enough to the imagination. Like, I just assume that the dad is baiting. He's sticking a worm on it.
Yeah.
he could be taking a fish off too. Maybe he
Could
just
be.
caught a fish.
Yeah.
I like the son's expression.
Yeah.
He's seeing something interesting there. So
John Young says, great memory. I agree. Maybe this is somebody that he's related to or whatever, but it's just a nice, happy moment. Boy, we don't get that much in photography anymore, do we?
I know one thing. I couldn't sit on that board very long.
It would be my luck. It would just tip forward, and I'd just go into whatever is below that.
Yeah.
All right. Daw, you're up next, buddy. Speak to us, because I know you're in here.
This
What
is a
side
great.
of-
This is a great composition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
can you zoom into the Statue of Liberty, Chuck?
Most definitely.
Who's got a TV on? Someone's watching cartoons.
Not me.
Yeah, he's using a tripod, right?
I would
And,
guess so.
I mean, he
I
must
know
be.
that if anybody's looking for property down in the city, they're now renting at this location.
He says it's not a composite, by the way.
Yep.
All out of the camera.
All right.
It,
Yeah, looks good.
I hope he doesn't think that I said it's a great composite. I said it was a great composition.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I do like composite work. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I'm curious. Was he on top? I mean, he must have been on top of a different building or something to take that shot.
Mm-hmm.
So, the question is, what building were you on?
So Daw, you're on the New Jersey side, is that correct?
No.
I
Is
like
this what? Can you zoom into the bottom of the statue where it's lit up there? Is that the water lit up? That
Well,
I
line
think it's
there.
up on the pedestal
Yeah.
on the island.
Hang on just a second. This is him, the man himself.
You see that line there in the bottom?
Hang on, buddy. Let me get you set up here.
Yeah, I think that's lights. I don't think that's water right there.
All right, Mr. Dahl, tell us.
Hey, Chuck, how's it going?
Going good, man. Going good. Tell us about your photo.
I turned everybody else down, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to hear everybody else.
No,
But,
I'll relay for you.
okay. It's not actually from a building. It's actually from a pier in New York Harbor.
Okay.
So if you look at New York Harbor, where there's two piers in Bayonne, New Jersey, and the Statue of Liberty lines up with Lower Manhattan.
Okay.
So this was taken on 9/11 a couple of years ago. 9/11 and 4th of July are the only two times that you can go out there without the local police kicking you out in about 30 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, it was on a tripod, ground level, but shot it probably around 400. I'm not sure exit data you can see on there, but it was probably about 450 millimeters.
Okay. 450. So what lens were you using?
200 to 500.
Okay.
Nikon, the D850.
Okay. With the D850. All right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Oh, well done.
What's his?
Thank you.
What is he using on the white balance side of things?
Did you hear?
What did he say? I didn't. No.
What white balance were you using, or did you do a custom white balance? How did you?
It was auto white balance. I let the D850 picture. That camera did such a great job with its white balance. I very rarely had to switch it off of auto.
Okay. Yeah, I like the colors. I like the blue.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the blue. You know, for the longest time, everybody talks about what color works best in what camera. And I think blues have always been very good with Nikon. But I have to say, I've always had trouble with reds with Nikon. Anybody else have that issue?
Not me.
No. But hey, Chuck, can you zoom into the bottom of the image?
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Just that line right there. Is that a line or water or? Go lower. Lower
Well, wait a minute.
on the edge.
Over here.
Right
that-
down at the very bottom.
Yep, right down the bottom in the
That's
middle,
it.
I think.
That is
There
the
you go.
bottom, gentlemen.
What? That's a water. I'm thinking or a line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the
it
Statue
is.
of Liberty's on its own island, so right below that would be water.
I would have cut that out only because it's a little distracting. I mean, because it really doesn't do. There you go. See that?
Just a small highlight at the bottom. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
Just black like that looks nice.
Yeah.
Okay. You get that? Are you getting that, Daw?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not much. That is a cropped image a little bit too. So I left it kind of black, and that was my way to kind of hopefully made it a little less distracting. But apparently, it's not so much.
But
It's
it's
not-
great.
Oh, it's still a good
great
shot.
image. Great
Mhm.
image.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah,
Great image.
I like the exposure. I do. So, what was this shot at? What aperture? You remember?
If I had to guess, it was probably around f8,
Okay, because
maybe f11.
and the focus point was on the statue. I'm guessing,
Correct. Yeah, but you get that nice compression from
right?
that long lens.
So, and everybody would complain about start talking about diffraction, but I mean, at f16, I know that would have upped the ISO and everything, but you can see that in the buildings behind it. It's they're just falling out of focus.
Yeah, it looks like it's got just enough depth of field to keep it.
Yeah, so I'm about a mile and a half. If you look at the map, I'm actually about a mile and a half from the Statue of Liberty, and then the World Trade. I have pictures of this with the World Trade Center behind it as well. But the
Okay.
Empire State Building's probably around 2 miles
Okay.
away. So
So
Hey,
you're talking
Dow, what's your shutter speed?
Oh, did you hear that? Vahagan wants to know what shutter speed.
yeah, I probably should have looked that up. If you're in Lightroom, I don't know if you could, if it came through on the Exodus data, but it was probably somewhere around 25 seconds or so.
It looks really nice.
30 tripod. I just let it go as long as it needs to be. So
I like the colors, the composition,
Oh, come on.
and just it's a great image, good quality too.
Why did it jump back to me? I'll look at it here right quick. So,
Uh,
okay,
it's
so you're at F9,
okay,
ISO 80 or 64, and you've got it set at -3 as far as the exposure goes, using the exposure compensation setting there.
that seems weird. I don't remember ever setting my exposure composition to -3. That's interesting.
I don't ever either, but I've done it, where I've messed with it or hit it by accident, and then lo and behold, trying to change the ISO, usually hitting the ISO button and hitting that exposure compensation button.
Yeah,
I've
but if you're in
never-
manual, it doesn't affect
So-
it anyway.
So it has you've got, or in the exif data, it's the 80 to 400.
Oh, okay. Maybe I did use that. I forgot to look at the exit data before I sent it in.
Wow.
I thought the last time I was down there, I had the 200. It's a lot easier to carry that 80 to 400
Right.
down in New York.
Is the 80
Yeah.
to 400 making a comeback? 'Cause that image looks good.
It should cranking out images like that.
All right.
It's nice. It's actually
I
nice.
think it's an HDR too, to be honest.
Somebody
yeah?
commented, Mike Norton said, I would have liked to see a face on the statue. I mean, there's nothing you can do with that where you're at. So
Well, for
There's
for
very
me,
few spots in New York that you can get a full frontal of, unless you're on a boat, because it's facing towards the open part,
yeah,
and you
here's
definitely don't get Lower Manhattan in the background.
here's my disagreement with that. I like this better because I like the empty sky space between the back of the Statue of Liberty and the front of the Statue of Liberty. And for me, anybody that looks at this image, doesn't matter what country you're in and where at in the world, if aliens are watching, they know that that's the Statue of Liberty in the New York skyline.
Right.
And so just because it's so iconic, and I like how this is. I mean, this is basically the rule of thirds. You have 1, 2, 3, and there's just enough space between the Statue of Liberty that it's a great technical composition, whether that's what you're aiming for or not. It's awesome. And so the front of the Statue of Liberty, the Statue of Liberty's butt, it doesn't matter. I like how this is set up.
I like the fact that it's in between the blue lights.
Yes,
the blue
exactly.
building. So if you move and you go towards the front of the statue, I don't know what you'll have on the left side, but I like the colors and the structure of the image with the blue. Now, of course, you can go to the front and take an image, and it'd still be killer too. But I think where Daw was at, he took the shot, and it's really nice.
Yeah, I think it gives it more context. It's almost like Statue of Liberty is looking over the city.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But to each their own.
Did you ever think of doing a panorama with your telephoto lens?
Yes, I actually have a panorama of this entire area with several. Actually, I have it from Empire State Building all the way over to the Brooklyn Bridge.
Wow.
You don't even want to know what size it is. It's huge. Lightroom struggles with it, but yeah, you can't go there and not take in the whole entire. The World Trade Center is just off to the right. It's not on this photo, but
Right.
you can go several places. The pier is pretty big, and you can go along different angles and get different buildings in the background.
So Albert's asking, did you take the awesome photo of the Statue of Liberty on Governor's Island or Red Hook?
Neither. It's Bayonne, New Jersey. I think Paul just mentioned it. If you look in Bayonne, you're going to see two piers that jet out. One of them they use for bringing in cargo ships.
Okay. And Moz Man. Only for Moz Man.
That's
He's a riot.
He's
He's awesome.
It's gonna be my new trademark. You heard it. You heard it here first.
Yeah, tight butt shot. You heard it here.
And Paul saying the Statue of Liberty is hard to shoot from Governor's Island. So I don't know. I've not been out there, but
I don't know if you can get there at night either. I think they may close it in the evening.
Stephanie Perry says, great photo, by the way. Thank you, Stephanie.
I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Hey, thanks.
Right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no, thank you for sending in a photo. I love it. And this is what we get to do. Yes.
Talk to you guys.
All right, man.
Take it easy. As they say, that's a wall hanger.
I forgot to mention this. I like that it's portrait and not landscape too, because that is what is creating no distractions off to the side. Like if this would be like landscape orientation, then you would get a bunch of other stuff instead of those perfect three.
So Paul's saying that one of the best places to shoot the statue from is Circle Line Tours around Manhattan. Okay. All right. Great photo, buddy.
I got a question for you, New Yorkers. Can you take a drone up there? They'll let you fly a drone?
I bet you can't now.
Around the Statue of Liberty?
Without some kind of permit.
I think you have to have a special permit just to fly it in New York City, don't you? Like in Manhattan.
Yeah, I'm sure. Long Rider will weigh in on this. I think.
Hey, Good's like, nope. No. Paul Connor, no to drones. That's the consensus. Yeah.
Yeah, Sanjit saying that love the pic. It would be great to see a panda.
Well,
yeah.
I guess we need to take a helicopter ride and take some shots off the helicopter.
There you go.
You can do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get close to the statue.
I bet you're limited on how close.
You can fly one over water, but you can't get near the statue. Okay.
I'd want to see a nice 14 mil shot, like real close with the face.
That would be a sick shot.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. This is coming from the authority there. No, not legally. It's all protected airspace. Okay.
Well, you got R. Lara Moore saying she never heard of this channel before, so welcome to the channel.
Welcome, R. Lara Moore.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome. We're just a bunch of grumpy old photographers that sit around the table and talk about things. But tonight is a photo. It's an opportunity for everybody to submit a photo. And by the way, you know what? If you're out there and you're listening, you've never been here before, and you want to send a photo, let me change it real quick. I'm going to break my rule. Here is the email. You can send a photo to this email, and as we go along, it'll be a little discombobulated, but I will pick up those photos.
I absolutely love this so far, Chuck. Like last time it was a blast and this time was a blast. Mm-hmm. I think you should consider doing this. Like do like a gear live stream and then like do like one of these, because I love this. This is what gets me going, looking at people's pictures, right? I love this stuff.
For sure.
Oh,
that's inspiration.
Well, it's diverse because everybody's different.
Hang on a second, guys, and I'll switch to the next photo. I'm downloading one from Mr. Z that he sent in.
The Z.
Yeah, even if this was something, Chuck, that you thought about maybe doing it as a once a month thing.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea, and it's all because you guys wanted to do it. Evidently, a bunch of you enjoyed it the last time. Yeah, my big fear was I did not want to get into the idea of doing photo critiques. I hate critiques because, you have no idea why the person took the photo or what they were thinking or whatever. And a lot of people don't want to be critiqued. They just want to show what they did.
Yeah, it's getting treated. It's fun as long as it's treated like a gallery. Like regular people don't walk in and look at like a photographer's exhibition and pretend that they're art critics. You know, they just look at it and they like it, and maybe they make an offer to buy it. You know?
Yeah.
I think if it's constructive, though, I mean, it's
Sure.
nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
I'm just saying to everyone in here, I would have used a Nikon. That's all I'm saying. I'm just kidding.
You're a mess, man. Let me see. Just checking out Sanjit. I see your email. Just now seeing it. All right.
Just to thank those of you that had sent me some kind words on your when we first got on of some of the stuff I've done in the last week. So I appreciate your compliments very much.
All right. Okay. Next on the list, let me get my cursor up here so it doesn't go stupid on me. All right.
Oh,
This would be Darren.
you
Darren
say
Francis.
rejected.
Exactly. Darren Francis. Nice action shot. It's great. The ball, and if John Ishii was on here, he'd be telling us, how this makes Sports Illustrated or gets thrown away. But yeah, I like it. Great action shot, especially considering, what's taking place.
Lighting and everything on it's perfect.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I would just crop that left-hand corner and get rid of that little whatever it is there in the one
down here
corner.
at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a nothing thing. I mean, that's probably just a body part of another player.
You might be able to spot heal that out
you
with
could
the darkness
heal
and
that right
bleaches.
out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, clone stamp.
The detail is great. I mean, you could really, really nice. Lighting's good.
Yeah, it is good because it's perfect in that you get like all of the muscular detail of the. I mean, these are like top athletes, so it's like they've worked really hard, and you just get all of the sculpted shoulder muscle and everything in there. It's awesome. The forearms and the veins and the detail and the muscles.
Yeah, details excellent.
Well, we all look like that when we take our shirts off, don't we, guys?
I do. Whenever I get out of the gym, whenever I got a pump, I look just like that.
I'm just wondering is that what the aspect ratio of the shot is? This is a square image, no?
Right.
So I would have liked to see a little more body. I think he cropped it, right?
Maybe he may have cropped it. He might have shot it in landscape and then cropped it to square.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Is that square or is it 4x5?
It's actually, I think it is 4x5, or it's just a custom crop. So our Laura says, how many arms do they have? I hadn't noticed that till you made this comment, but as I look at the photo, you're right. Just because of the position of the photographer and the players, it does look like there's an extra arm, but once you study it, you realize there isn't. It's great observation, though.
Let's call it an athletic pretzel.
It looks like empty seats in the background too. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know if this was done during COVID, where it's like the athletes and the coaches
Could be
there.
Yeah, because there's no one in those seats.
Because that's like a small detail that's actually really interesting.
Yes.
When this was shot,
Yep.
And if that would be the case, it might be interesting to go in Lightroom and do the select subject and actually brighten up the background just a little bit so it's a little more obvious if it was done during COVID, because that's really cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, who submitted this photo?
Darren Francis, and
Okay.
I don't see him in the chat.
Yeah, that's what
But
I was
again,
wondering.
I had some people tell me they wouldn't be able to be in the chat or watch the show, but they wanted to submit a photo. So I'm sure they're going to go back and watch it. So here's my take on this. One, I like it. Okay. But I'm not one of the snobs that's like going to tear it up. However, I will say, somebody would say, it would be nice if you were on the other side of the players, meaning if the players were turned or whatever. But you don't always get that opportunity. It doesn't mean that this shot makes the cover of of Sports Illustrated. However, if in the game this is the one thing that stopped the winning basket right before the buzzer, then this shot would be an absolute going on the cover photo. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
We don't have the story behind it, but as far as the shot goes, I mean, everything is sharp. The colors are great. The lighting is fantastic, and this is indoors. Unless this is a photo shoot that they set up, maybe between one of the athletes, and they had their own lighting set up. I don't know. I wish Darren was in here and he could tell us. But either way, it's a great looking photo. It's definitely packed with action. Yeah.
That's the tough thing about sports too, is you don't get to pick the lighting, or sometimes even where you're allowed to stand. You're
That's
stuck
right.
in one
Yeah,
spot, and that's
that's
what
right.
you get.
And, sometimes you have to explain that to people when they say, well, it would be better if this or that. Well, you know what? Next time I go to the NBA game, I'll just tell them all, hey, when you're over here, make sure you turn and smile for the camera.
Can you slow down a little bit? I know you're trying to win, but don't try to hit the ball as hard.
Long Rider's commenting that he believes that's a strobe shot.
It could be.
Yeah, could be.
And if so, then it's not a live game. So somebody that identified the empty seats in the back may be right.
Yeah.
This could have been done as a promotional photo or whatever.
Yeah, it's a good point. Otherwise, nobody would be making any shots anymore.
That's
if
right.
you bring a flash in there.
Looks like a bronze sculpture is what Arlara's saying.
Yeah, it does. I like the skin tone of this. It's a little bit like unnatural, which is like my style of photography. Like it looks a little like kind of surreal, and I like that. They almost look like bronze statues.
Hang on a minute. We will find out. So here we go with everything jumping to another screen. Hang on, guys. Let's see. Shot at f5.6, 1/250th of a second. And this is at plus 3.3 as far as exposure goes. ISO 500.
Yeah, ISO 500. You had to be a flash indoors at a game. Normally, you'd be somewhere 2500, 332 probably.
And now I'm even more interested on what kind of shoot this was, because 250th of a second seems a little bit slow to freeze them in midair if they're going full force. Mm-hmm. And so promotionally, they tangle up and then they just kind of like hop up a little bit, or they just stretch up, and then that's why it's composed the way it is.
It's at 70 millimeter using a 70 to 200, 2.8 at 2.8.
Close.
Flash did not fire. Okay.
Oh, you got good sharpness being wide open.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very sharpness being wide open.
That's what I was gonna say. 7200 was my first guess.
Yep. So here's a question I have. Since that's the case, then the angle of this shot, it doesn't look like he's aimed up too much. So I'm wondering, could this be a promotional photo that he took? I wish he was in here to explain. And he's on a ladder. I mean, I've seen Joe McNally do this with some athletes. He's up on a ladder to actually shoot them.
Yeah, I mean, if he shot that at 70 millimeters, I don't, he's not in the stands shooting that. He's
on the sideline.
He's
on the sideline.
Close.
Yeah.
Hey, Darren,
maybe if he watches his back, he can leave a comment in the video with some details.
I'll be looking for it.
We're not picking on you at all. We're just trying to figure it out. That's what of the game. That's what photographers do. Just like looking at catch lights to determine where the lighting was.
Yeah, no, I genuinely want to know what the task at hand was. Because I mean, it is a fantastic shot, but being at 1/250th of a second, the fact that there's not like motion blur, that's kind of awesome. And I'd like to know what it was for.
Yeah, definitely looks like the light's coming from straight up above, because the shadow's under the armpit. There's none on the hand.
Yeah,
the lighting is almost like, just because it is so good, it almost seems like it would have to be like a setup. And if that's the case, I'm jealous, because I would love to do a athletic actual setup where I can control my lights.
Guys, I think that's just court lighting.
Yeah.
It could be because it's coming. It's definitely
Well, I'll
coming
tell you
down.
what, he's got a great white balance setting then for the ambient light, if that's the case. And 1/250th, again, there's some things that don't add up. And I know he's not trying to hide anything. I wish he were here to talk about it. But is court lighting enough at 1/250th at 2.8? It might be. I don't know.
Oh, I thought he was at 5.6.
No, on this, that was the last one. This one, he's at. That's right. I did say that, but the lens data said at 2.8.
2.8.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he's got his hand. They're both got their hands on the ball. So in some sense, it's a little bit of a frozen shot, because the one guy is kind of stopping the motion of the other one. So it might not have been as much movement as we think. So he was able to play with it.
And see, I was initially commenting on that from the idea that there was like a jump going on, but it looks like they're just like tussling for the ball.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a jump and the guy was like yoink, and a foul definitely would have followed.
Yeah.
Right. You're right. It could be a rebound. You're right.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to him coming back and looking in the comments, just because I'm interested. It's awesome, and awesomely an awesome shot. I really like the tones.
That's definitely a jump ball.
You know what? There you go. Jump ball or rebound. Yeah, either one.
No, it's going to be a jump ball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they're both going for it.
Where's the possession arrow on this?
Yeah.
He's shooting. He's got the ball with both hands. So
yeah, he does appear to be shooting. Hill does, no doubt about it.
Great shot.
Yeah, I didn't know that you could actually put lighting in any of these venues, because I thought that was a no-go because it interferes with players or whatever.
Yeah, I bet that's just the stadium lights, because I doubt it.
Oh, here you go. There's Long Rider. So he's down there. He's down in the city. He shoots hockey and whatnot, but saying powerful units mounted in the rafters and assigned photos get wireless priority. Wow.
Oh, interesting.
So since it's above, it doesn't like blind them when they're trying to shoot. That's pretty awesome.
So that accounts for the lighting and everything else. So, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Thanks, Long Rider. Appreciate it.
I'd love to interview Andrew Bernstein. He's the official NBA photographer.
Mm-hmm.
And his office is in my city. So
really,
yeah, there you go, Long Rider. That's something else to consider. 1/250th was probably the sync speed. So
yeah.
Hence the lower shutter speed.
If you guys know NBA, he's the guy that always in an important game walking around with a D5 and the 16 millimeter fisheye. That's the guy that's shooting with the fisheye, Andrew Bernstein.
Okay. Let's see. Hey, Nikan, good to see you in here, man.
He was actually on ESPN showing his shots to Magic and Kobe, and they were going through his shots. It was a really interesting show.
Our Laura Moore. Could the venue lighting be serendipitously angled just right? Good question. But I think
I like her. She's using big words. I like that.
Yeah, and I'm eating peanut M&Ms and can't speak. But I think Long Rider brought up the better point here is shooting at 1/250th, and that was the question we had. Would that be enough to freeze the action? But if you take into account the possibility that he has access to these house lights, then you know, I rule out the normal house lights, and maybe he had access to the strobes that are available. I don't know. 1/250th sounds like you would need flash to really freeze it. And I got to tell you, there is no motion blur in here. As a matter of fact, let me zoom in here again.
No, it's. I mean, the eye on
the sweat is barely distorted.
You can see everything, the veins.
Yeah. Definitely flash.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the sweat up here. I don't know if you guys can see that mini, but I was going to point at the screen as if it's going to come through.
You almost see the rim light on the one arm going down, up and down.
Well,
see that sliver light. So I mean, that's definitely flash. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
I was thinking, that's going to be rim light, no doubt about it. Yeah. I was thinking there because it is a little bit crisp as far as the sharpening goes or the clarity goes. I was thinking when you said that over here on the other arm, that maybe that was just a clarity slider, but no. Yeah, so I don't know. A lot of questions, but great shot. Love it.
Very good.
All right. Let me see. Let me get back down to here we go. I'm already behind on comments. I want to keep up this time. I'm trying to look through to make sure I don't miss somebody that's got an actual question, the QQQ. Nican says jump ball, could be that, could be a rebound, could be, I don't know. Albert says one of the guys in the shooting motion, with his elbow bent there. It's exactly what it looks like. But then again, it could be that he's already, trying to pull the ball away from the other guy. I don't know. Roy says lighting usually has to be above the players, not to disturb them. Yep.
Hey guys, check it out. I'm pulling a Chuck. I got cookies.
Oh, Sanjit has to run. Sorry, man. I hope you're still in here. We can say good seeing you, buddy. Here we go. Jeff's talking about this. Let me throw this up before we go on to the next photo. I have seen the rafter lighting used at college basketball games. Okay, when action happens, you can see a brief flash at Rupp Arena. Yeah, my cats, man. I love my Kentucky Wildcats. Anyway, the units in the rafters even have diffusers. Wow. Okay.
Huh.
Did not know that. See, again, learning something again. Uh-oh. The blue bloop is, Jeffrey switched seats. Mr. Jeffrey.
Just can't help yourself, Jeff.
He loves moving around.
I don't like sitting in one spot too long.
Mike Farwell says, the photographer got the shot at the apex of the movement. Yeah. Anything else? Mozman, I haven't read it yet. I'm going to put it up. Just a typical shot. Oh, gotta love it.
Mozman's about to get an email from Nikon asking him to be on their marketing team.
Exactly. And of course, Nikon wants to tell us that they're cookies here, but biscuits abroad over there. Yep. It always throws me for a loop because anytime I've been around Brits and they ask, you want any crackers? Immediately I'm thinking, no, I'm not. I'm wanting something sweet, not crackers. Oh man, now I'm hungry. Charles says. All right. Martin says 4 a.m. here. I hope I don't fall asleep again. Great photos so far. Well, I've been known to put people to sleep, just so you know, Martin. I got an email telling me so. But anyway. All right, guys, let's move on to the next photo. Let's see what we got. Let me drop out here. Let me go over here and do it. All right. And this next photo is Mr. David Moots. You're up, brother.
Moots.
Here we go. All right, let's tear this one up.
Wow. By all means.
Is that a cedar waxwing?
It is. Yeah.
Very
cedar
good.
Waxwing. This was one of those days as a bird photographer when everything just aligned.
At the zoo. I'm just kidding.
No, this was at one of our local lakes, and they have a deck off the back of the building that's kind of up in the trees.
I love the pink in the background.
Yeah, and the flowering trees. This was taken in April, and they were up there eating the buds off of the trees. And if you zoom in, you can see all the pollen and stuff from the buds all over his beak and face. But this is just one of those days where everything aligned. I was shooting it with a D850, a 500 f4, and I'm pretty sure I was probably within its minimum focus range, like 12 feet.
Wow.
And it was just one of those days I couldn't believe it. He just sat there. Or she, not sure.
Oh, David, we could say, you got that bird from the taxidermy man.
Yeah. No, this was one. Like I said, it was just one of those days where I couldn't believe it as I was taking all the shots. I've got so many pictures of these birds that it's the closest I've ever been to cedar waxwings, and it was great. I enjoyed it.
I've only seen them once out here, and they were very far away. I mean, they were
typically
high up in the trees. They weren't anywhere near close enough to get a good shot.
Yeah, that's usually that was my experience with them too. They're always high up. You usually have a bunch of sky in your shot. This was perfect because it was just eye level.
No,
wonderful.
Here's the other. Just like you said, it's one of those shots. It's just incredible. I mean, all the colors are pastel too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Background
it's all soft.
bird. Yeah, everything. It almost looks like a painting.
Look at Jeffrey calling out the name of the bird right away.
Yeah.
That's them bird photographers for you.
Moots, was this like an overcast day or in a shaded spot?
No, it was actually. I don't think it was
like
overcast.
later in the day or something.
It was early morning. And let me see here.
It just looks like there's no harsh light on it at all. It's just soft, even.
Yeah, it was real. Actually, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. It must have been overcast that day. I don't remember for sure.
Nice soft color.
Yeah, I prefer. Yeah, I prefer shooting on overcast days anyway.
Yeah.
What lens are you using, and what's your aperture here?
That was the 500 f4. FLED lens on the D850, and I think I'm pretty sure I shot it at f6.3. I didn't even shoot it wide open. That lens was extremely sharp at 6.3, so I pretty much left that thing there all the time, unless I needed to let more light in. I'd drop it down to f4, but for the most part,
you shot it with an 850. You said.
Yeah, it was a D850. Yeah.
You mean you didn't need eye tracking to get the bird in focus?
No.
Ooh. Well,
you sure don't.
You know what I like that's almost freaky is how the pink coloration around the head is almost like an outline of the head.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just how it ended up like that is just crazy good. I mean, really
I see somebody asked a question if it's softened. It's actually not softened. That's just that particular tree was far enough back that lens, and I was so close to the subject that it blew out the background, almost like it was wide open.
And it's an FL lens.
It was an FL.
That's not even bokeh. It's annihilation.
Yeah,
$11,000 lens.
Yeah, that's a sweet lens.
Yeah, it better look good. 11 grand is what that one costs.
If it doesn't look nice, boy, you just gotta say, I want my money back on that lens.
Yeah.
Now wait a minute. You have the 800 PF, don't you?
Yeah.
So can you tell us a little about the bokeh on that versus like an FL?
That 800 PF, the bokeh on it. Obviously the closer you are to your subject in your background, the farther away, the better. But it produces bokeh. I mean, it looks just like this, really. It's an amazing lens, that PF lens.
Man, that's
you
a
have a
fantastic
500
shot.
PF too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Yeah, good job. Moots.
There's absolutely nothing I would do to this picture. It's like perfect.
Yeah, I agree. It's
And the only thing I did do to it is it's got a little bit of a crop. The raw image really out of camera almost looked just like this. The bird was a little darker, was a little underexposed because I think I had like +1 on the exposure comp because the trees and everything in the back were so bright that was wanting to really underexpose. So I had to increase my exposure comp just a little bit. And so really all I had to do is kind of bring up the exposure on the bird itself.
Look at what Daw said. He said, "Couldn't you get the model to slightly turn her head more?" Totally kidding. That's funny.
It's not doing it justice in here trying to share screen or whatever. But man, when you see it on 27-inch monitor, it's just fantastic. I love it, man. That's one of those shots. This is what you look for. You go home hoping.
Yeah. Well, the thing about this, the whole time I was shooting, I knew I had great shots because I could see it. Even though I was looking through an optical viewfinder, I could just see it in my mind as I was taking them. I knew they were going to be the best shots of a cedar waxwing I've ever taken. And so I was anxious to get home and check them out and was shocked.
I've never seen one here. It's a beautiful bird.
I've never seen one, and me and Moots are in the same state.
Oh, I'm sure you have them there.
Maybe. Oddly enough, my backyard has cardinals, which aren't really particularly common around here.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, we have cardinals and blue jays, and mostly robins that nest in our backyard. And every single year, gray hawks hang out on the power lines and wait for them to start learning. And so this year, or for the eggs, whenever, or the baby robins when they hatch and they're trying to learn, and every single year there's a fight in the backyard between robins and gray hawks. And I have a lot of ugly stuff in the background, but this year I'm hoping to get some aerial battles of the robins versus the gray hawks.
Yeah, I should have submitted. I got a yellow cardinal that's probably about it's only a mile away from my house that I've taken pictures of. Those are really cool. If you've never seen one of those.
Here you go. Jeff and Leslie, if you have mulberry trees in your area, check them out when the berries are ripe. Okay. Flocks of waxwings descend on them, eat the berries.
I do have about 4 mulberry trees.
Juniper trees as well. They'll eat the berries off of juniper trees.
Okay.
They come into the park down here, and basically they'll be in like the North Beach parking lot in some trees eating berries. And they'll wipe out those berries so fast that if you go the next day, they're in the South parking lot because they already cleared out all the trees at the North parking lot. So they're down at the other end working on those trees. I mean, and then once they eat the food, they're gone. They just move on. I mean,
that is eco-terrorism.
They don't hang around very long. I mean, if you don't time it right and you're not there when when they're eating those berries, then forget it. You'll never catch them.
Wow.
Again, learning. Yeah, I'd love to see some. I don't have any beautiful birds around me other than some cardinals, but I have these birds that look like they've been through a fire or something.
Nobody birds have seen some stuff now.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. The red sparrows, or I don't know. Ruby-headed sparrow, I don't know, but it looks like, man, this poor guy's been through it.
We just got like a bunch of barn swallows around the Wichita area, it seems like. And pigeons downtown.
Cedarberry bandits, is his comment. When's the next photo night? I didn't get a chance to send one. Send one now if you want, Greg, and I'll go over. Yeah. I'll go over and download it here in a bit. House finches. There you go. See, you guys are the smartest people in the world, man. Yeah, a house finch,
Yeah.
whatever, purple finch. I think I looked it up once. Man, I feel bad for them. They're
They can look pretty terrible when they're
yeah,
molting.
all the pretty birds show up and they leave. There's some discrimination even in the animal kingdom.
I gotta
Roy-
look these things up.
Roy talking about colorful birds here. They seem to be parrots. Parrots are beautiful, man. Those are cool. 2048 on the long side, 2048 pixels on the long side, Greg. Yep, there you go. Thanks, Roy. All right, man. That's a beautiful photo, though, man. David, that's
Thank you.
fantastic, brother.
Thanks.
I'm not gonna show any of mine now, so I don't have it.
You earned your seat on the show now, David. You're good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just everything about it. Our Laura talked about the just the hint of a catch light in its eye too, just enough. It's again, you see it on a big screen. It's fantastic. But you know what, Mozman, he's watching this on his 8K 200-inch TV in his living room.
Well, that should look good.
From a yacht somewhere.
Albert says just so aesthetically pleasing. It is. I mean, the colors. Again, it's one of those images you got it and you run home as fast as you can so it doesn't go away.
That's exactly right. I did too.
It's got no harshness to the eye whatsoever in the whole piece.
Yeah.
Real quick, Roy is down in Oz, right?
Yep.
So interestingly, something I've noticed, Americans really think that the sound of the what are they, kookaburras? Yeah. Everybody thinks that they sound like hilarious, and every Australian I've ever met are like, they're horrible. I wish they weren't around my house because they're so incredibly loud.
Exactly.
I love them.
Hey, you know what?
Hilarious.
Hey, Roy, the woodpeckers have been trying to eat my house up, and I've tried all the tricks to get rid of them. They're chasing wood boring bees, so you got to get rid of the bees. And man, but they were waking me up in the morning. My wife's like, go outside and chase it away. And he would fly up into a tree about 50 feet away, and as soon as I'd walk back in the house, I'd hear it was like he was playing with me. Yeah, Sanjit, definitely one for the wall, no doubt about it. That is a photo for the wall, no doubt about it. You got that on the wall, David?
I do, actually.
There you go, man. Mozman correcting me here.
200-inch. OLED, yeah.
200-inch. Mozman is watching this live stream from an AMC theater right now.
He's eating popcorn and kicked back. Oh, kookaburras are big, loud kingfishers. Okay. Oh,
they are very, very loud. Hey, Roy, I got something for you. Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry, but I do know that song.
Nightcan saying sometimes you don't notice the beauty around you. So true. Mozman, he's in the Riviera. Not the car.
Yeah, the car. Yeah.
Oh. All right. Let's see. Nikon TV, Mozman, is what Dial says. All right, so let's move on. It's hard to move on, man. It is a beautiful photo, brother. Great job. All right.
Chuck will be selling that photo when he makes a copy of it for $9.99. Order yours now.
I've got it now already, man. I'm sending it out to have it printed. I just changed his watermark on it.
You're screwed, David. You're screwed.
This photo observing these photos is just a giant scam that Chuck has come up with.
Yeah, he's gonna lasso tool my signature off of there in Photoshop.
Exactly. Absolutely, man. All right, David, you are up, sir. David, our astrophotographer, often shooting the wonderful Aurora Borealis, which we never get to see down here in the southern latitudes of North America, or it's southern if you count all of Canada in. Yeah. Uh-oh. And here he is, gentlemen. He's going to talk about it. All right. Hang on a second. Hang on just a second. All right, Mr. David, how are you?
I'm doing not too bad. I'm here watching you from the middle of Saskatchewan.
All right. Somewhere in Canada, I know.
Yeah.
Well, you have no dance date tonight, David?
No, not
no
tonight.
Dancing tonight?
No, that was last week. I was
Yeah.
helping out a bunch of teachers, or student teachers. They needed students, so any excuse to run around in a kilt,
Hey, I got a question. Yeah, here you go. It's hot anyway, so why not? Wear a kilt.
Well, when it's hot, a kilt is cool.
Exactly.
An awful lot cooler than pants.
Absolutely.
This discussion can go bad real fast,
Real fast. Absolutely. Hey, David, I got a question before you go into your photo here. So my brother sent me something. Evidently, their Beetlejuice is about to go. Shoot, what? It's about to go Supernova. Yeah.
Is it really?
Do you know anything about that?
I have been. It's one of.
No, I'm not set up for that type of astrophotography.
Yeah, man.
Because,
but you're the astrophotographer, so I figured you might know.
I have been waiting for years.
We got a group of people around here that are just simply amazing. And I don't even consider trying to touch what they do.
Well,
I'll shoot the Milky Way, I'll shoot the Aurora, I'll do an awful lot of night stuff, but I won't shoot the stars like they do.
Yeah, and Roy, you're right. You correct me here. You're absolutely right. If we see it, it's gone supernova. So yeah, you're absolutely right. But evidently, as he was telling me, he had some YouTube channel up that's watching it. And it was supposed to go, well, it has, if we see it, of course, it did go supernova. Anyway, I just wondered with the new telescope that we have up, why they wouldn't tell us or give us a hint that, hey, this has happened already. So I thought I would ask you because it's kind of in your community and maybe you would know.
Yeah, it's, I can't keep up with that stuff right now. Like, I subscribe to the Space Weather Channel. It's through the Space Weather Woman.
Well, I would think that they would say something if it had happened.
Well, she has mainly to do with the sun, which affects my aurora with photography and stuff like that, and she doesn't go past that because that's all that she can do. And she was on for 3.5 hours today, and I didn't have time enough to watch her.
Okay,
but I'm making time to be on with you guys, and Chuck, you're going to have to get some more women on here, or else somebody else with hair.
Yeah.
Because you're the only long-haired person on the show.
Yeah, well,
hey,
that was not nice.
I'm just letting you know, I'm the president of Hairless Club of America. I'm the president of Hairless Club for Men. So we don't usually invite people that have hair, but Chuck owns the show, so we don't have a choice.
So yeah, that's a good excuse. That's a way to escape, David. I can't hear you. I like that.
Well, actually, I can't. I know he's saying something because I can see his lips moving. But that's it.
Oh.
No, my lips move a lot, and sometimes nothing comes out.
Well, my lips move a lot, and you hear a lot, but really nothing's coming out. So there you have it. David, tell us about your photo, man.
Well, this one, I've been doing some experimenting with my Z9, and I've got a 24 millimeter. It's the Z mount f1.8, and it's I was out shooting. It's a combination of the Milky Way and there's a road to the south that goes across the valley, and it's trying to get some vehicle lights. And that's what you see, that street is vehicle lights. It's a 10-second exposure. And that hill is lit by the lights on the vehicle. I don't know what the vehicle was. And,
yeah, so the light trails look nice. That adds something to it. Yep.
And that thing that's kind of orange, that's a town about 30 kilometers away.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just the street lights reflecting off the
light,
the moisture in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me what we're looking at. I see 3 objects in the sky other than the Milky Way, but 3 objects in the sky that I want to know about.
I don't know what planet. Well, I think there's 2 planets there.
Was it?
But
is it planets? I guess it would be, considering what was the lens again? I'm sorry.
It was 24 millimeter.
Okay, the 24. Okay. So yeah,
yep.
It couldn't.
And
go ahead.
Okay, and so that anything bright like that, it would be a planet. There are a few stars that are almost that bright, but there's not that many. But on my copy of the picture, I saw 6 satellites, and you can see one of the light trails just to the left of the planet there.
Yeah.
But and it's almost impossible to take a night shot now without being silent.
You know, you're absolutely right. I was standing in the backyard the other night, just looking up, and I saw a satellite go over. And it seems like every night I can go out and find a satellite.
No, it's and now you should be able to see a satellite almost every 5 minutes very easily. You know, the camera picks up many more. It's one night about 4 or 5 years ago, I taught my son how to find satellites, and the next thing you know, he was finding twice as many as I could see because his eyesight's better. You know,
yep.
But this one, the focus, it was just done with the screen because normally I would focus on a star, but with the Z9, it's not really necessary to do that anymore. And for some of this, I'll actually focus on the background and have the stars out of focus a little bit.
Okay.
Yep.
So tell me why the 2 planets are different colors. Is it because the one that to the left, as we're looking at the photo, is going through more of the atmosphere?
Well, planets are different colors. They're not all the same color.
I know they are on charts, but looking at this,
they're actually different colors on when you look at them too.
Okay.
Yep.
The real bright one almost looks like it's probably Jupiter because it's a pretty bright planet when it's next to the Milky Way.
Yeah. What time was this taken?
Probably be about 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay, because
it's all in the XF8. I didn't look up the time. I knew it was f1.8.
Okay.
It's ISO 6400 for 10 seconds.
I just wondered because often certain times of the year you see zenith, and I mean it looks like a UFO in the sky, and it's usually early morning, right before sunrise. Zenith is extremely bright. Or Venus zenith.
Venus it depends.
Zenith TVs are great TVs. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chuck's creating a new galaxy while we speak.
I didn't hear what Jeff said. I recognize the voice, but that's
it. He said, I'm recreating or creating a new universe or something.
But anyway, Venus, what you could see it for about the last month.
Okay.
And for a while, you could see you can see Venus and Mars and Jupiter and Mercury all at the same time, and they're all in line with each other.
Okay.
But that has since gone away because the planets are always moving. So
yeah, Dawes.
And so every night is different.
Yeah, Dawes saying that he thinks it may be Venus that's there. Here you go. My little story. I got the 80 to 400. I hadn't had it long. I was out in Salt Lake City, and I took the 80 to 400, put it on at the time, I think the D850 while I was out there, and Jupiter was prominent in the sky. Now, with all the light pollution within Salt Lake City, I didn't figure I'd get anything. Anyway, long story short, even handheld and using the D850, of course, you can crop in considerably. I cropped in a whole lot more than what was acceptable, but I could see some moons around Jupiter with that lens. I thought that was pretty impressive. Yeah, Venus known as the morning star, right? Usually right before sunrise, and even sometimes right after sunrise when you're still in twilight there. Zenith is shining brightly. A lot of people think that it's,
Yep.
I mean, they think it's all kinds of things. They want to say it's some kind of star or whatever, but anyway.
So it's relatively easy to pick out the planets, and because they look different from the stars. And with a little bit of experience, you can just go there, and there. You know?
Yeah. So Dawes saying if it's a dotted line, it's a plane. Yeah, that's typically true. If it's solid, it's a shooting star. Not necessarily, because as you can see here, I have taken photos where I captured a satellite like you did, and it is a solid line. But to tell the difference, and sometimes it may be difficult unless you shot it over and over and over trying to capture one. You have a tapered end on a daggone it, on a shooting star or a meteor.
Well, the other thing is all of the light trails from your satellites are approximately the same length. If it's a shooting star, it'll go from one side of the screen to the other.
Yeah.
Usually, it's very long compared to a satellite. You know, and like if everybody could see this better, they would pick out all the satellites that are there, and they're all about the same length. All the light trails.
Now you got me looking. Oh. All right. Gustavo talking about seeing Saturn the first time through a telescope. Memorable experience. It is. The night sky is pretty neat. And, you know, unless you're in my neck of the woods where mosquitoes will literally carry you away, you know, you got to go out there with all the goop on, bug repellent, and then you touch your lens hood and it sticks to your fingers. And, you know, so, but yeah, beautiful image though. You know, I like it. I like that you caught the light trails at the bottom. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It just gives a little more depth.
Yeah. If you're going to be observing your any of the planets or even any of the stars, you need to have a special mount that does the tracking, because your stars move that fast, and your satellites or your planets move even faster. Because if you don't have tracking, your exposure's got to be really short because they move so fast.
Right. Yeah. If anybody, you know, if you've never gone out and shot star trails or something like that, it is kind of fun to do. Yeah, it's been, you know, those photos are a dime a dozen, but the first time you do it yourself, you kind of, wow, look at that. It's kind of cool. If you can find a good focal point, a ground reference or something to add to that, you can get some really neat photos in star trails.
Yeah. Yeah. Star trails are relatively easy to do. And it's, they're usually a composite of quite a few pictures, that's the easier way to do it, because that way you don't overblow your foreground. And you know, but you know, and And if to get, I've done star trail shots with only about 5 shots, and it doesn't take all that much to do.
Yeah.
You know, you got to have a period of time, and it works better if you're shooting north and you have the North Star. So then you got a focal point in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me address Rich here real quick. Yeah, Rich, I've got them because I have a waterfowl refuge right behind me, man. And every year the mosquitoes are just unbelievable here. So even as dry as it's been, the refuge never dries up. So I still have mosquitoes. Pain in the butt.
Speaking of the astro stuff, my uncle lives in Arizona and works for NASA. And he's got a decommissioned smaller size telescope and built an observatory in his backyard. So he sent me like Saturn pictures and Jupiter of like
cool
full screen images. Are pretty cool.
Sick.
You know, I think last time you talked about this, David talked about, shooting the Aurora. I talked about, I had looked into, and that's me when it comes to photography. I see somebody that's posting these fantastic images, whether it's whatever, astrophotography or landscape or portrait or whatever. And I think I want to go do that. And then I looked into astrophotography, and if I'm going to do it, I want to do it right. And looked at the cost and thought, well, maybe I don't want to do it that bad.
I don't know if that'll show up, but that's my uncle's telescope in his backyard.
That's sick.
Wow.
Even here.
Wow.
That's what
huge.
he's shooting with. Yeah.
That is savage.
It is.
He built his own program for tracking with a laptop that controls his observatory dome and everything in his backyard.
Yeah, I could do that.
Well,
I can't get a live stream with good audio. So yeah, I can do that.
He's a satellite programmer, so he sends up a lot of the guidance systems to get the satellites up in space.
Cool, man.
On the rockets, yeah.
Yeah, Astro is actually kind of hard, even like around the area where I live, like around the Wichita area, because you really need to get, what is it, like 50 plus miles away from a city. And the best place that I know of in Kansas, and Moots, you've probably heard of this, the Badlands. That's the closest area to me that's best for Astro, and it's like 4 hours away.
Yeah.
So I don't shoot much Astro. We have a lot of like wind farms around here too. So you have a lot of like with long exposures, you'll get like blasted red flashes from and so that's kind of annoying.
So don't you have the D810C or A or whatever, David?
Yeah, I've got an 810A.
Yeah, for astrophotography.
Yeah, and my Z9 is blowing it away.
A specialty camera for astrophotography is now being trumped by new technology. Wow, that's something else.
Yeah, it has to do with the dynamic range of the Z9.
Wow,
it's I'm still going to use my 810A because I like the way that it picks up the night lights better, but if I got to use Nikon's software to process the picture to start it off.
Okay.
And then if I shot this with the 810A, all of the ground would be black.
Okay.
Whereas with the Z9, I've got detail in there.
Wow.
There's because the dynamic range is so much better.
That's interesting.
Well, you can zoom into this and you can see detail.
No, you're right.
In the dark areas.
Yeah.
Yep. But I was asked about the exposure on this, and it was ISO 6400 for 10 seconds, and it's f1.8. But the big thing with this is watch your histogram and believe your histogram.
Okay.
And I don't use the starlight at all. Well, I'll use it for focusing, then I'll turn it off. I don't have it on a button because I can't put it on a button. Right? But I've got it on my menu so I can switch it on and off really fast.
Okay. So Albert
But you
says,
can use this.
I was just going to say, Albert says to photograph planets, it's best when they're in retrograde. I don't know what that means. I guess going away from Earth, but I don't know. How do you know that they're going away or coming, whatever?
He probably wanted to get them in. It's they don't move as fast when they're in the east or when they're in the west.
Okay.
They move a lot faster when they're in the south.
Okay.
Yeah, but when they're in the east or the west, you're looking through more atmosphere. So then you got that problem too, because you got more crap that you're trying to focus through and if you got a lot of humidity, that makes it bad, and there's a whole bunch of things that cause problems. So
Okay.
I just don't bother shooting planets, because I'm like you. I did an estimate on how much it would cost, and I figure with $10K to get decent entry level, and how long are we going to be satisfied with decent entry level gear? There's too many people on this channel got gas.
Yeah, I have
Me
guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't deny that at all. I definitely do. All right, man. Again, David, thank you for sending a photo out. What else you got?
Well, yeah. Well, anyway, that's it. And thank you for the comments, even though I couldn't hear them. But except for some of what Jeff said, and I think Jeff disappeared again. Anyway, love your show. Have a good evening. Talk to you later.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, David. Always good to hear from you, man.
Great shot, David. I'm jealous because we just don't get good we just don't get good Milky Ways around here. So
yeah, it's the same thing for me. I've tried it here and it just doesn't work out. Then here's the other thing about Milky Ways, at least for me, is you got to figure out how to actually edit it. And I'm not good at that. All right. Let me hide that. Let's see. Guys, there's some people that have sent photos in, I know, and I was just over there. I'm trying to put all that together and or to make sure we get them in. Don't worry, we will. We're going to take a break here in a minute, and you know why, because it's about that time for me to get more coffee and get rid of some coffee that I've already had. But let's go to Gustavo's photo. Gustavo, are you in the chat now still?
I think he is.
Who can tell me what that animal is?
A cat?
It's right. It has to be because it wouldn't focus on the eye. I guess it's a yearling moose, or no, it's less than a yearling.
It's like a young mule deer.
Yeah.
I think it's a mule deer.
Mule deer fawn.
Okay, mule deer fawn. There you go. Gustavo, paging Gustavo.
He's in there.
Here we go. He doesn't want to be in the chat. All right, Mr. Gustavo, hang on a second. Got to make sure we're connected. Okay, sir, go right ahead.
Hello, Chuck. Hello, everybody there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Everybody's saying hi. I don't know if you can hear them. I still don't have that part of the phone audio right. But anyway,
that's right. That's right.
Everybody's saying hello, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. So yes, indeed, that's a mule deer fawn photograph here in my house as I was doing some bird photography. But these guys came across the fence and walked in front of me, so I couldn't resist taking some pictures. So it was like a model passing through very early in the morning, and I was able to capture some pictures here. Doesn't look that great in the morning and YouTube, but it is very sharp.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
looks good. It looks
a little
good.
hard. I can't zoom in that much on it because there we go. Yeah, it looks great on my end, buddy. I like the pose. It's in motion, with the
Exactly.
yeah.
That's what we photographers call kind of dynamic motion. So you see the front leg just up a little bit. We strive for that as a wildlife photographer, correct? So
Yeah, man.
insinuate some motion.
Yeah, it's a beautiful photo. I mean, so which lens? I know you're waiting on the 800, correct?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, but
Now this is with the 600.
Okay.
The G version, F4.
Okay.
It's my main wildlife lens. Taking a F4 fully open, obviously on the C9.
How far away is the mule deer? Did you have to crop?
Just less than 5%. Just tightening up. So this, to reduce it to the dimensions that you want, I have to reduce this to 20% of the total of the picture. So you can blow that whatever size you want.
Okay. All right. So you're always sending me these wonderful photos of hummingbirds too. Man, you're just all over everything out there as far as photos go. I'm happy to see that. You're enjoying your equipment, no doubt about it.
Oh, no, definitely. I actually, this morning was wonderful with the hummingbirds, and actually has a broad-tail hummingbird nesting, which is late in the season, and I have good visibility from one of the windows in the house. So eventually you guys will see the little hummingbirds that weighs only 3 grams sitting on the nest.
Yeah.
So any questions here that you can relate?
Yeah, you
Just
guys.
jealous that you get it from your backyard. I'll tell you that much.
Can you hear it at all, Gustavo?
No, I can hear. I can hear Jeff talking, but I cannot hear what he's saying.
Go ahead, Jeff.
No, I just wanted to say I'm just very jealous that you get such beautiful shots from your backyard.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. So you can see this is a kind of urban wildlife for us here in Denver.
Well, you got a great urban area there, buddy. I mean, considering all the photos that you send me saying, you just shot this or that or whatever, you seem to be having a great time out there. I love the photos, by the way.
Yeah, beautiful photos. The hummingbird photos you send us are great. I mean, everything's top shelf, man. Really great.
That's a backyard photo. That's nice, Gustavo.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm
Where's he at
jealous
again?
of the area you live in.
The outskirts of Denver.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Go ahead, chat it up. I'm just trying to download a couple of other photos that people have sent in. Sorry about that. Wasn't prepared for this, but we're going to make it happen because everybody gets a chance.
I'm just curious, was this one by itself, or were there others that followed after this one?
Typically, as you know, they have twins, right? So this year we have been blessed here that a couple of the females have used our backyard as a nursery. So at one time we have about 5 of these fawns around. So it's careful for me taking my Doberman out just carefully so that you will not spook them, right?
Yeah.
So she knows about the doggies, how they behave in front of anything that moves.
No, it's beautiful, and like you said, you shot wide open, so the background's nice and blurred, and even wide open. Of course, a little bit of the foreground's blurred as well, so it's very nice. No,
I think Hagen had mentioned that multiple times. These F lenses, already F mount lenses, both the G and the newer generation, they are optically fantastic. They are heavy, correct? So taking them around is a challenge, but and they make a lot of noise when they're trying to focus. But once you get the focus, I don't think they can be optically any better However, of course, we would like to have the newer version of all these lenses if we can afford it.
Right. Yeah, we want the newer lenses, of course, but yeah, that 600 f4e is just a fantastic lens, as you said. Vahagen's talking about it all the time. He just recently took a photo of the surfers that is just, to me, was just phenomenal using that lens. It's one of the lenses I always wanted. Not that I was going to shoot it every day or all the time. However, it may be one of those lenses that would make me take it out.
I think that's what I'm waiting for, the 800, the PF, because traveling with this lens, you can imagine if you want to go, I don't know, California, you have to go in the plane with this lens. I mean, I'm not that young anymore. Carrying that lens in my bag is a pain.
Yeah.
So you'll like the 800 PF.
I'm sure. So but optically, these lenses are fantastic. So I encourage everybody, and particularly people that want to get into these telephoto lenses. I'm sure there will be fantastic bargains when the newer generation of lenses become available and people start selling these F lenses, F-mount lenses. I mean,
no, you're right. I think that there's going to be some fantastic buys out there on not just the lenses, but bodies too. Somebody that's just recently started into photography and they don't want to jump into mirrorless just yet. Man, you're going to be able to get some quality gear and glass cheaper than we paid for it. That's for certain.
Exactly.
Is this the G or the E?
The G.
The G. Okay, yeah, that's a lot heavier than the E.
Oh yeah.
Oh, definitely. I tell you a story, Vahagen. I bought this lens brand new, and 3 months after they announced the FL that you have. But I'm happy. I'm super happy with the lens. I have taken so many great pictures.
Oh yeah, are you're not hand holding it, are you? You have it on a
no. I'm a tripod person.
Oh, perfect. So
tripod with a gimbal.
It doesn't matter how heavy it is then.
Well, except when you have to walk.
Oh yeah.
You still got to carry it there.
Vahagen just levitating his lenses.
Vahagen has his crew carry it for him.
Vahagen has Mossman to help it.
You think yours is heavy? You think your lens is heavy? The one Bayou Joss used to have is the older version of that, and that one is heavy.
That's right. That's absolutely right. No, I think all the fellow wildlife photographers don't know that putting all these heavy lenses in your, in your shoulder, and then walking with that in a tripod, that's the cross that we carry to be wildlife photographers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's why we all walk crooked and lean to one side.
Exactly.
That is a great shot, though.
Yeah.
Anyway,
nice work.
Anyway, the season here for these fawns, they actually, the mamas get birth around the second week of June, and the fawns stay around for the first few days, hidden. So you sometimes are walking in your yard and you almost step over them because they will not move. Then they become very agile and go around. But the spots here, which is what makes them, so beautiful, they only last until the last week of August around this area. After that, they take the regular coat colors that the rest of the adults have.
Looks great.
Keep it up, my friend. You're doing phenomenal work. Really are.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, very good.
Hey, thanks for calling in, Gustavo. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the photo too, and just keep sending them. I enjoy seeing what you send. It's fantastic.
Chuck's going to be making a lot of money off our photos.
Yeah. Wonder what Chuck will look like.
Don't tell anybody. I want to.
Yeah, for you guys that don't know, I when I get something here, I typically send a photo to Jeff or Chuck or Mosman, and say, "Hey guys, this is what I'm doing now."
Yeah,
I have a great series of photography of Northern Flicker that was a project for this, and that Northern Flicker was monitoring all the stages of building the nest, or digging the nest and incubation, and a raccoon came and raided the nest, and so I didn't see the whole evolution, but they suffered with me all the consequences of me being a little bit depressed when the nest got raided. So anyway, guys, time to move on.
All right.
Hey, have a good night. Well, hang on here with us. Watch the rest.
No, definitely.
Take
All
care,
right.
Gustavo.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Appreciate the photo and the call to talk about it. All right. Get rid of these headphones. I got to fix this audio hookup with the phone. Works enough, I guess. Good enough. Anyway. All right. So,
Picks you got, Chuck, to go through because we might have to speed up unless you want to break your record.
well, what time is it? Wow,
We're
it's
at
already
almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let me take a break. Let me go hit the John real quick and heat me up some coffee, guys. You guys chat amongst yourselves. Don't burn the house down. I'm just a phone call away if you need me. If an emergency, I'm talking to the babysitter. Anyway, I will be right back. Everybody go get them another cup of coffee and let's start going through some more of these photos. I appreciate those that have sent photos in. Rick, by the way, I was just over there. I looked at the email you sent me, but you didn't attach a photo. Long Rider, I don't know how to download that photo you sent me in Google Pics or whatever it is. If you can find another way to send it to me, I'll make sure I get it downloaded. I'd love to and get that on the show too. All right, guys, I will be right back. Let me go back to
while we're waiting on Chuck to get back. I have to say, I've been working on a new comedy sketch series surrounding photography, and one of Chuck's stories that he's told on this live stream is the inspiration for the first episode. And Vahagan, your wedding client story where they were talking to Canon, they're like, oh well, he's Canon. That's the inspiration for the second episode that I just finished editing, and they're really funny. They're really funny. I'm gonna release an entire 5 or 6 episode season all at once, and if they do well, then I'll do more of them. But they're gonna be really, really funny. But yeah, you and Chuck inspired the first 2 episodes, and so I'm using some of my own stories and making them outlandish, and then I'm also taking stories that I'm finding in these live streams and incorporating them in.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna be really funny. They're totally off base from what I usually do, but just looking for something different,
That's cool.
I think it's good to have some fun every once in a while too. Kind of break off of the normal.
Yeah, it started off with that that anime intro, that ridiculous anime intro that I made, and then I was like, what if I make that an actual intro for an actual series? And so that's what I did, because it's too hot. It's too hot to get anybody to want to shoot right now. So,
Yeah, the temperature on the East Coast has been pretty miserable for a while too.
Yeah. I've seen 105 and 108 a few times here.
Yeah, it's been bad in Kansas.
Yeah, I think it was 91 here in Michigan today.
It's
fun.
You You hush your mouth over there.
And you're only at 91. You must have a cold front coming in.
Yeah, I know, right?
Paul Hogan, I loved that Best Buy thing, man. That was awesome.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that was funny.
I'll tell you though, you got a good salesperson though. I mean, that's rare. You got a good person to talk to. That was he was good. He was good.
Yeah, Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, so it was good. Yeah, I just wanted to see, how much the guy was a photographer, so
shot Nikon too.
Yeah, he knew his stuff. Yeah. So
when I first clicked on and started watching, I was like, "Oh boy, I wonder how this is going to go."
I thought it was going to go terrible.
The thing is, when he said he goes on YouTube, I'm sure I was expecting that he would know who you were. And that's what surprised me, that he didn't know who you were. And I'm like, okay, you're going to be able to pull this off. Because I thought he was going to say, hey, I know you. What are you doing here? What are you doing to me?
That video would have been great if he would have been playing along. And then right at the end, he's like, have a good day, Vahagan. And he'd have been like, oh, no.
I was wearing a baseball cap and glasses. So trying to be all stealthy.
Did you have your phone in your pocket or something?
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is I got huh?
I said you were recording it from your camera in your pocket, weren't you?
Yeah, I showed you the shirt, right?
Yeah.
So what happens is there's a way you can record facing the iPhone screen side, and because it would look obvious if the camera was pointing right at him with the 3 lenses.
Sure.
So I turned it around, and there's a way you can record it with shutting off the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very stealthy.
Secretly recording. There's a way to do that. I just YouTubed it. I did a search, and I found out how to do that. So, and the funny thing is, someone commented on the video, you say you're a professional, but the video is horizontally shot. I'm like, dude. Really, man?
It's in your pocket, for crying out loud.
I know, right?
Why didn't you stuff the Z9 in your pocket? I mean, you could have got a better shot.
Yeah, why don't you go in with a GoPro attached to your head and be a professional for the secret?
I loved when he said what was it? You asked him something about who his favorite photographer was or channel.
No, who's the guy with the big hair?
That's
Frono.
right.
Yeah, you like Frono.
It's cool.
Chuck, I know I stole your thing with coming back with snacks, but now you're stealing back the snack thing from me after I stole it fair and square.
Yeah, man, that's a must. I got to have my snacks, keep my energy up to keep up with you guys.
Yeah, I had to pour a little scotch.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, guys, hang on a second. Let me see if get Rick's photo keyed up here. Okay, hang on a second. Trying to do all this on the run. All right.
Asking if you told him you were doing the video, but he had no clue you were doing the video. You never told him anything. That was all top secret stuff, Charles. The guy never saw it coming.
Well,
now what I wanted to do was, I thought after the fact, if I were to do it again, I would kind of reveal myself at the end there.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
Here's the follow-up video, Vahagan. You go in there soon. It has to be soon. And you tell him, be like, yeah, so I ended up like, sorry, like I just ended up getting one on camera on Amazon, and take him in like one of your prints and be like, would you mind taking a look at this and critiquing it? And it looks like fantastic. And he's going to be like, wow, you're learning so fast.
Or take the Z9 and look what I got.
Yeah.
And my first camera, Z9.
I was thinking about getting the cool pics, but I decided to get the Z9 instead.
Walk in there with the Z9 and like a 600 or something.
Yeah. Go in there with the Z9 and the 600 and be like, excuse me, sir, could you explain to me what aperture is?
Say you got a great deal. It was under 2,500 for both.
You guys are too much.
Tell him you paid. You tell him you got a good deal on the Z9 for 12,000 and see how he reacts.
Or I say I ordered the Z6 II, like you said, from Best Buy website, and they shipped me a Z9.
Yeah, there you go. Incorporate all of these ideas into it. It just blow his mind. Oh, jeez.
All right.
I'm thinking about emailing that YouTube video to the Best Buy corporate.
Yeah.
You know?
That guy needs a raise.
Yeah, say this guy, if all your guys are trained like this one, you'll do well.
Right? That's a good idea. Yeah. Just say, hey, check this out, guys.
All right, I'm just checking now to see if all the photos have downloaded. No, hang on a second. I've got most of them, but I still have one that's missing here. Why is that? Come on. Let me do this. Let me go back. Let's see if it's here now.
Control-Alt-Delete.
I'm still missing oh, no, I didn't. No, I'm not. Okay. All right.
Mozman.
I'm sorry. Control-Command. I still haven't gotten used to the Apple lingo.
All right. James, who's not in here, he told me he had something he had to do. This is James' photo. Hang on a second. Go back full screen. James' photo at the feeder. All right. We're all bird people. What kind of birds are we looking at here?
Goldfinch.
And let me go back to goldfinch. Okay. I like the photo.
Who said goldfinch? Was that you, Zach?
It wasn't me. I don't know nothing about birds. Oh. I can tell you what a chicken is.
Well, those are very small chickens that got spray painted yellow.
Hey, goldfinch are tasty.
It looks like that little bird on Foghorn Leghorn.
Man, I look seeing these birds. I miss Josh for some reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. Female on the left and male on the right. There you go.
Is that the case? How do you tell? Of the face?
Well, one has the black on the in front of the eye.
I see.
Yep.
Greg, not much meat on them.
Do people really eat? People don't really eat these.
Those are appetizers. Those are appetizers.
Couple of chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
It's like eating chicken wings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like the fact that he caught it with one face in one direction, one face in the other, but they're both looking.
Yeah, I was just cool. about to say that it's like the orientation of them is really fantastic.
That's the second shot because they probably heard the shutter on the first one.
Yeah, the feeder's almost balanced too. Not quite perfectly vertical, but one bird probably weighs a few ounces more than the other one, or an ounce more than the other one.
Pretty birds, though. Again, I have these red-headed things that look like they've been in a fire. The finches. That's what shows up to my feeder. It's like I feel sorry for them. It's like, man, dude.
Yeah, I did. I did Google those, Chuck, and they're pretty unfortunate looking.
Mozman luring in appetizers with seeds.
Yeah.
Joe Stroud, there you go. Wrapped in bacon here in Texas, it's a snack.
Y'all terrible.
John Young, that's great. He's winking at her.
They're pretty birds, especially if you can catch them on like thistle out in the field instead of on a feeder. You get them on a natural plant, they look really good.
Now, are these like all over the United States?
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mazman, your comment that's like pretty bad. That's not too good. You're off a little bit. It's a Saturday. We'll forgive you.
That's too funny.
That Mel Burr landed on the thing. He's like, "Hey, honey, we going Dutch today."
There you go. There's your review, James.
Yeah. Go figure out what we mean.
Yeah, honestly, it's a good photo. I like the color in it.
It is a good photo, and you couldn't ask for a better orientation with one facing and looking to the right, and the other one facing away, looking to the left. It's one of those things where things just lined up really well.
All right. We are going to have to pick it up. So, Jeff Slutter, here's your photo, man. Actually,
Ultra
I like it.
high key.
Minimalist, high key. Yep. Now, I will tell you, gentlemen, there is definitely definition in this. You may not be able to see it from, the screen here.
No, we can see it. Looks good. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Jeff's going to call in and tell us about it. Perfect. Hang on. All right, Jeff, hang on just a second. All right, sir, go ahead.
Hey, Chuck, this is Jeff.
Yeah, man. Like your photo. Tell us about it.
Thank you. Well, if I told you where that was, it would take the mystery out of it. It's actually in the parking lot of a local state park for their beach.
That's a great thing about a photo.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leslie and I were heading out that morning. It snowed overnight. This was taken February a couple of years ago, and we had a snow overnight, and the lake was frozen over. And on the way up, the fog started lifting up off of the temperature changed, and the fog started lifting up, and then it got really cold. That fog was ice. It was like these ice crystals would sting you in the face. We're driving around to see what we could take photos of, and I had my backup camera, the 7200, with me, and I looked out the window and said, "Oh, look at that!" Snap.
What?
Well, the thing is, it's not really even my favorite photo, but I have sold and printed more of this photo than all the other photos I've sold or printed combined. Go figure.
People like minimalism; they really do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those minimalist, high key, kind of photos that people seem to like.
Yeah, it sends you back to like some like Weston and Ansel, Ansel not quite as high key, but that era, that minimalistic kind of era, and that's why I like it, because I like that era. I don't shoot it, but I like it.
Yeah, I've cropped it both horizontal and vertical, but I think the vertical that I've got here works better with this one than the horizontal does.
Agreed.
Horizontal, there's more dead space. There's more negative space left and right of the tree, but the vertical's more above and below it. But anyway, I'll let you guys move on to something else. I just wanted to call in and say hi, everybody.
No, thanks, man. It's good to see such a diversity in all these photos. It's fantastic. I like it. I like the photo.
It's nice because you know what you're looking at. I mean, there's not other things to distract you. I mean, you have the subject. That's it. It's there. It's in your face. Good.
That's one of the cool things with high key is you don't really need things like leading lines and things like that, right? Because it's so obvious where your eye is going to go.
Yeah, and that's what Roy's talking about. That without the dead space, the tree wouldn't look as good. You're absolutely right. It's nothing without that minimalist feel that you get with that. That is beautiful.
Somebody comments that it'd make a great book cover. It would.
Yeah.
So thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
No, thank you for the submission, man. I really appreciate you contributing here.
Yeah, and
good job as always.
Yeah, Leslie was with me when I took that. She got a couple shots of it too, but I don't know. She just was in a different angle or something. But hers didn't turn out as nice. So this is when I get to kind of rubber nose in it every once in a while. I say, "Ha ha."
Be
No,
careful.
I love shots like this.
Be careful how often you do that, though.
Hey guys, this is Jeff and Leslie Wildlife Photography. If you get a chance, if you haven't, check out their channel too. It's another one of those peaceful channels with great flowers and flora, fauna, everything. And Jeff does a great job. Well, I shouldn't say just Jeff, but you both do a great job of kind of narrating it with what we're looking at. I like it.
And they know what everything is. They know what every flower is.
Yep. Yep.
Well,
I would just say, I took a picture of this bird and it's on a flower.
It looks nice. It almost looks like a drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only put up the ones I know. The ones I don't know, there's another whole collection of ones I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. For Huggins, right? It almost looks like a charcoal sketch.
Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, man, Jeff, thanks for submitting a photo, man. I love
Hey, you're welcome.
Love your work. Keep it going.
Thank you, man. You guys have a good one. I'm gonna get off here so you can move on to the next shot.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Have a good evening.
Take care.
All right. Yeah, it is a very peaceful scene. That's what Greg Wilson's saying. I like it.
It's something you could just stop as you're scrolling through somewhere and just kind of stare at it for a few, even though there's not much there.
No, you're absolutely right. And now I want to go take a photo like that. See, I've
been trying to get a pine tree like that. With snow on it for years and still can't get it.
Joe Stroud.
That's a sick shot.
Yeah, that perspective and the
getting down low.
The dog looks like, something out of this, like it's the size of a building, compared to, what's in the background, obviously.
Straight out of a Stephen King cover.
Yeah, Cujo part 2, 3.
That's a savage shot, savage post-processing. Love it.
I got to tell you, Joe Stroud. I got to tell you, Joe, that is a fantastic photo. If you're still in here, I think I saw you earlier. I love it. See, this is a creative photo for me, and I love the black and white with the, it's what do you call the tone here?
It's sepia.
It's
almost sepia. Yeah, I like it. I really do.
Who's this from?
It's from Joe Stroud.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, with the dog, the way it's portrayed, it's got just the right amount of grit to it too.
Yeah.
There you go, Jeff. It's getting down low, man.
Even when you take like a pixel peeping approach, the fact that the dog isn't obstructing the stoplight, obviously something like this, like with a dog that's alive, you can't really control that. But the fact that it turned out that way, it's just one little extra awesome thing.
How about this? There's just no traffic, no people, anything. It just gives it that much more mystery. There's a dog in the middle of the road with nothing else.
Yeah. That's almost the first thing that came to mind when he popped it up on the screen. It almost looked like post-apocalyptic because there's nothing there.
Is it his? Is it a stray? Like, what is it?
If it turned its head, it could chew on that stoplight.
I love the clouds in the background. The processing on it was fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
It's life after people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Dave says, Jeff, you got to get lower. Dave, the problem is I get lower. I have nobody to pick me up. I can't get up.
No, Joe.
I could do those commercials. Hey, I fell down and I can't get up.
That's a good photo. I wish there was a little more space at the feet, down a little more.
Yeah, right at the
that 1 foot, the front foot.
Yeah, it just needs a touch more.
Yeah. Yeah, it's near perfect, but I'll tell you what, I'll take it. If I'd taken that photo, I'd be
good.
Very proud of that. That's just fantastic. And again, back to the editing, the processing, it's perfect. I don't know. I'd have been tempted to leave it in color or go just to black and white. I just love like you said, the sort of a sepia tone to it.
Yeah,
it's just great.
Does it say what it was taken with?
We can go look. Hang on a second.
And it's between the white lines too, so it's obeying the traffic.
Oh, there's the foot. Now you can see the foot.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
there
zoom
it
it's
back out.
there. Okay.
There you
So
go.
there is
Y'all
some
take
space
back
on it.
everything you said.
Yeah,
Joe,
no, I
it's
didn't
perfect.
see
We
the.
screwed
Chuck's
up,
got
Joe.
it zoomed in too
Perfect.
much.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be like a between 14 and 20.
As I say, it's pretty wide.
Yeah.
Okay, all the exit data's missing.
Oh,
This is
okay.
this is one I can't sell anyway. Well, I guess I can since it has no
Yeah,
exit data.
There's no
All
proof
right.
now. Yeah, I see the foot now. That's
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. Looks
All right,
great.
And it
Joe,
and it looks like he has it set. Are all of them framed like that? If not, this is obviously set up to be printed, which it deserves.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, absolutely. See, I could do that though. I could print that and sell it and just say that's the dog's name, Joe Stroud.
Yes, you don't even have to go into Photoshop.
Oh, he said it was shot
do
on
the
a
frame.
Z. He said a Z9 and a 35-1/8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good job, Joe. Good
Oh,
job.
okay.
Joe,
Nice.
fantastic photo, man.
Yep.
You can hear everybody talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Is that
Excellent.
stuffed Oreos? from,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, Joe wants to call in.
Joe, hang on a second. Let me get that set. Hang on a minute.
You know, I've got that.
I didn't have the
35
number
too.
up here. Sorry about that. I put the email up because people wanted to send more photos. All right, Joe, the line's open, man. If you want to give us a call and tell us about it.
Yeah, I've got that 35, and I've been using it more as a live stream lens, and I've been packing it more, and it's kind of growing on me a little bit more.
I'm using that 35 right now.
Joe, hang on a second. Got a set. Here we go. All right. You should be live and heard by the audience. Go ahead, sir.
What's up, guys?
Yo.
How you doing, buddy?
How's it
I'm
going?
good, man. How y'all?
Doing good, man.
Good.
Just admiring your photo.
I appreciate that.
So how'd this come about? Tell us where's the traffic and all. I mean, give us the scoop here.
That was shot about 6:45 in the morning, downtown Austin, Texas.
Okay. Man,
Now, is that your
it's a great
dog?
photo. It just grabs you. You want to look at it. You want to stare at it. You want to look at the background. You know, everything about it. You just want to look at it.
Yeah, I was laying down on the ground, and my wife's got him on a leash, which I cloned the leash out.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
So
I couldn't
So
even
he's-
tell that there was any work to it. Good job.
Yeah, good clone job.
Yep. Yeah, man. It's just a photo that grabs you, man. It really is.
yeah, I appreciate it. And that was with my non-professional 35 millimeter 1.8.
No, it can't be.
It looks good. I just laugh at the street light because I'm like, and that could be like a chew toy for the dog, you know?
Right.
No, fantastic photo. I love your processing too. So, what convinced you to go that route, or were you just playing around and found what looked best?
No, I had it in color, and I just thought it looked grittier and stuff in black and white.
It does. And somebody said, I think it was David, maybe you said it. I don't know if it was you or Steve said post-apocalyptic. And yeah, it has that vibe to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for with no traffic or nothing in the street early in the morning.
It doesn't even
Right.
look like there's a car in the background at all.
Yeah,
No.
that's what I was going to
Makes
say.
you think of that Will Smith movie. I can't remember the name of it though.
Yep.
You know,
Or is-
with
I Am Legend.
Yeah.
I Am
Yeah,
Legend.
that's
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, man, you knocked it out of the park with that photo. Is that a photo you've printed and actually offered for sale?
No, I just shot it this morning, actually.
Oh, good. Did
Whoa.
I get a chance to
We'll print it tomorrow then.
No, I'm just kidding.
You
man.
probably have the freshest photo out of all of us.
I'm thinking if I get it out there first, I can always say he copied me.
Yeah.
No, man, that is a fantastic photo. Great.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
All right, you got to come back next time we do this with another. Now you got to top that. Now, how hard's that going to be?
I don't know. I sent another one in. I don't know if you got it or not, but it may be as good as this one. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's my boy Murph. So
Murph. Okay, great.
Yep.
Cool. Beautiful.
But I'll let y'all go, man, so y'all can get on with some other ones. Going through here, I don't want to take up too much time.
That's all right. It's a beautiful photo, brother. Be proud of it. Yeah, you got to join us the next time we do this again.
Yeah, I will. I appreciate it, Chuck. Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too, buddy.
You too,
great
man.
job.
Great job.
Take care.
All right. Next up, Mark Weston. Mark Weston has called in a few times on the show. Mark, I hope you're out there. The phone line is open if you want to call in and you're listening and you want to talk about it. I actually like this photo. This is a photo that I can spend, 20, 30 minutes just zooming in and going around the photo. And if I remember correctly, let me find that real quick let me pop it up there, I guess. Let me find the information he sent. I think this is a Hasselblad. It's going to be hard for you guys to see everything that I can see in the photo, but I mean, it is just fantastically sharp, and the resolution on it is just fantastic. But there's just so much in this thing.
Oh, wait. Chuck, go down and to the left because I love that reflection.
Oh, you got that mirror.
The mirror.
Got like a mirror there.
This is
absolutely sick.
Yeah,
it is. And the thing about it is she's sitting here, she's looking at the TV. This is one of those photos you're just going to keep looking. Mm-hmm. It's like a waiting room. This is at a gas station somewhere there in Texas. Look at all the old oil cans up here.
Well, and the mirror is like a whole nother photo in itself.
Yes.
Yeah. Like a picture within a picture. Yeah,
absolutely.
And the TV adds to it too, because there's another image. You got the TV. So
you know, it's funny when you brought it up. I always like to, as soon as I see a picture, something like this, I always like to think of my exact first impression. And it reminds me of nowadays when they make a movie from a time period of 20, 30 years ago, and you try to find all the period correct stuff within the movie in the background.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's exactly what I was doing. Look at this photo up here. Who is this in this photo?
You got the fire extinguisher there on the right. You got a helmet. I think you had a old payphone to the right of the fire extinguisher. I think it was an old phone.
There you go.
I mean, all that stuff is just phenomenal. It's just great. It really is.
Now, is this an old photo or is this something new and this place just exists today in 2022?
Because it was it said 25 cents for the payphone too, so it's period old.
So I was zooming around in here, and there you go. Mark's going to tell us.
There we go.
Hang on a minute. All right, Mark. I guess you hear us talking about your photo, don't you?
Yep.
Oh, brother. It's just got all kinds of things that we're looking at here. I can hear the audio in the background.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just got the TV mudded.
All right. So before we begin, what's the date you took this photo?
What year? I think 1989.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So I'm looking here at the public notice effective September 1st, 1985. Vehicle inspection fee will increase too. So I knew that. Okay, so we're in the 80s at least, but the photo has so much period to it that it can be mistaken for something in the 20s. For people that don't know or don't notice, like the phone that you noticed, Jeffrey. But all right, tell me about the camera lens and why you took it.
This was a summer interpretive course I was taking, and so I took Kimbrough's as the last of the mom and pop gas stations in Odessa. And the Kimbrough's, this picture not only is it a beautiful portrait of her, but it is an environmental portrait, and you can look in this picture and you can see everything about their life, including that picture above her.
Yeah.
If you look close enough, that's Lyndon and Ladybird Johnson and Hubert Humphrey dressed as Bonnie and Clyde.
Wow.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah. Wow.
Cool.
What
It's very nice.
photo.
As you brother politics.
That's bizarre, man. I mean, this is one of those photos you just want to sit and continue to zoom in and look around at everything that's in there.
It's not just a story; it's like a bunch of stories.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
if you look on the cover of Shoulder, you see a picture of a gorilla, and it's basically saying, "Stay out. The office is private."
Oh, wow! Now I got to zoom in over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that before. I think that was a pretty famous photo that people used to put up.
And there's a calendar lower than that too. You can kind of
Chuck, zoom into the calendar.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the woman that is in the TV, Sandra Kimbrough's maiden name was Hooker. The woman that's on the TV screen was Jimmy Swaggart's love Tristan.
Oh, okay. When all that went on, yeah.
Yes, and so that's his Hooker.
is that Chuck's Zenith TV he was talking about earlier?
Yeah, exactly. The Zenith TV. I love it though with the dials and
I
love it. I guess that's why I fell in love with it. For those of us that are old enough to remember all this stuff, it's just one of those things that you gotta move around and look at everything.
And this is one of those pictures. It's a circle. You go around and around and around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I gotta tell you. Yeah, look at the chair here. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you notice if you're rolling. The guy's kicked back in the chair asleep over here, tilted back against the display or where all the oil cans are. It's one thing after another.
And he's smoking his stogie cigar.
Yeah. Okay. Here's, I guess, the feet. Okay, so there is a guy sitting in this chair. He's just
lounge seat. It's kind of like what you find as an old tire changing place, or or service station where you're sitting down waiting at your car service. It's kind of those kind of bench seats that was popular in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, I love all the manuals up here that are just thrown up there and whatever. Yeah,
and the Coke can right there.
Yeah.
Wow. There's about 1,000 stories going on within one single frame.
Yeah. Because as you look at this photo, the first thing you see is you're thinking this is some kind of room or something. You don't even look at the mirror right off the bat because you're too busy looking at everything else. Then when you look into the mirror, you realize that this is a big room.
Mm-hmm.
The mirror actually lets you know. You think that maybe this is just some small room and this lady sitting there watching the TV. Yeah, man, it's just got so much going on.
It looks like it's a TV on top of a TV.
Yeah, I saw that.
Isn't that what we did back in the 80s when the big one went bad? You bought another one and stuck it on top.
TV's on top of the TV.
Yeah. When the big one went bad, you put the new one on top of it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can spend an hour in this photo just looking for stuff.
Yeah.
It was in a Basin 52 art exhibit, and they've actually made playing cards, and this is one of the pictures that got a 52 images that made up the playing card.
So this is your photo that you took when you were. Oh, I got to wait a minute. I got to go down here to all these other papers, and man.
Is that a Bible on top of all the other stuff?
No, actually, it isn't. I don't think it's a Bible. I don't know what it is. I don't know. This is.
Sometimes they get kind of, it depends on the translation and things like that.
I find it interesting because it's a real book on top of a bunch of like recycled newspapers. But it's, I like this image a lot, man. There is so much to do here.
It's so good. I'm trying to click on it to zoom in, and I'm like, wait a minute, I can't do that.
Can't do it.
What's Valhagen's response to this?
I love it. I mean, this is the kind of image where you don't think much about it at that time, but as the years go by, it gets more special as the years go by,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a timepiece. It's a time period piece that just says a lot, and it tells a story, and it's great. I love the mirror. I love the guy's feet there in the bottom.
Yeah.
And this photo is fantastic, man.
I like that the real reason for the mirror is probably so they could see customers come in, right? But in this image, it's like, I mean, it's its own kind of interest. But the reality of it is probably just so they could see like who comes in behind them, you know?
Yeah. No, wait a minute. This was a film. This was a Hasselblad.
This was Hasselblad film, T-Max 400.
Okay, you scan the negative?
No.
You scanned the picture.
No, it was actually, this was copied. We already had prints, and I've got the negatives and some extra prints. This is one of my images that was lost in the house fire.
Oh, okay. How did you digitize it?
I had a friend that's professional. He copied it on his Nikon Z6 II camera and his 50mm macro under a polarized light.
Okay.
These were this image. Most of my black and white work is in Ilford Gallery.
Okay.
Wow, man, you got a lot of detail for being a copy like that. Hey, zoom into the box real quick, Chuck. What is that logo under the box? Under a little bit lower. What is that? TFH.
TFH.
But that's what this photo does to you. You're just constantly. Let me go look.
Look.
Yeah. Look at the bottom over here. You know, it's just full. It's so full of information, and there's a photo within a photo with the mirror. But knowing the story, I hadn't realized that was LBJ and Ladybird there. But now when you say it, I can see. So did you get a story about how they came about that photo or whatever?
No, I didn't have. I never asked about it, but it kind of tells you about their politics. They didn't care for them.
Yeah.
Now, were you just there sitting there? What is this, a car station? Where is this at?
No, it's a gasoline station.
So you're getting service done?
They had at the time the state was coming in and saying, you need to dig up these old steel gasoline storage tanks and replace them with new ones, and they couldn't afford that, so they became strictly a state inspection service till they finally closed.
Oh, it's awesome, man. I love it. Everything about it.
I do too. And the payphone, even though it's 25 cents, so you know it's later on, you know, that gives it definitely the circa 1980s. But man,
I don't know about that rotary dial though. That's dated way before 80s. No?
Well, no. I mean, yeah, yeah, it is, but that doesn't mean that you know, they could change the cost of the phone call. But yeah, you're right.
Like that TV and that phone are way. They're probably about 15 to 20. Was that a black and white TV or no? It's a color TV.
I think it was color.
Okay. Yeah, I see the 3 thing chip there on the top. RCA, man.
Baby. Need a Kleenex?
Yeah.
I'm looking at, you know, this stuff interests me. Look at the old cords. Yeah. So this is a gas station that just had never really look at the water stains.
Stains on the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a gas station that, you know, it just wasn't ever. Most of this stuff dates to the beginning of this gas station. Here you go. We got the TV strapped to the other
it's got a padlock on
it.
So nobody steals it.
That's the way you do it, man.
This
is
Vivian.
This is interesting.
This is Vivian Meyer stuff right here, you know?
Yeah.
I love
Buddy,
it.
You hit the jackpot on this. So what made you catch this composition?
I just came in one day, looked at, and took the picture like that. It was a found photo.
Man, just happened to find it as you're out and about.
Spot on.
Well,
perfect.
And I have a picture of the gas station from the front at night, and they had this bric-a-brac neon sign. It's on one window pane of it, and it's in pink and white, but it's all black and white. And we have a moon on just outside the edge of the building, and it's spectacular. And you see all these perfectly aligned cans of oil on the wall.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just got so much to go through. You just want to even zoom in even more, hoping that it doesn't deteriorate so you can look at all this. 1986 over here in the corner, or is it 4? I don't know. Difficult to tell.
Looks like 6, yeah.
It's, man, it's just, so we got a window I didn't notice before, looking out into another room or something.
Yeah, it's in the room. It's their office.
Okay. Yeah, it's again. You could probably go, I'll come back tomorrow and look at it and find even more.
Mm-hmm.
Great job. Great job.
It was a great eye, great catch, great.
That's cool. And look at the nice jewelry she's got on her fingers too, Chuck.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was some nice stones there.
Well, I had taken a main photographic workshop, took that picture to be reviewed by William Cliff, the photographer, and he said he was so beautifully posed.
Yeah.
I didn't pose her. That's the way she was.
Yeah. Again, that's that moment. You know, how many of these photos come along for you? You know, I'm still waiting for mine, but you know, it's just when you first sent it to me, I got to tell you, I was excited about it. And I thought, I wonder how everybody else is going to react to it. But I couldn't quit looking at it. I had to dig around everywhere.
Take care, Charles. Charles is taking off.
Later, buddy.
I'm sorry. I haven't even been looking over here in the chat, but man.
This is kind of one of those things I just have all this art and design in my, drilled in my head over the years. And so I know when I say it, I use the camera as an editing tool to find, the heart of whatever is in front of me.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of stuff that I see, it's not telling me enough story. It's not telling me, this is an information background. This is an environmental portrait.
Yeah.
This tells everything you want to know about these people,
Yeah. I mean, again, great eye, buddy. And you definitely have an eye for composition and the story. It's just great. I love it. I'm going to sell this one too. I got 2 now. I got Joe's photo. No, that's a fantastic photo. This is the kind of photo people that don't even like black and whites or old photos. They walk by, and if they look at it for 5 seconds, they can't stop staring at it because they want to see all the other little bits and pieces.
Yeah, it's eye bait.
Yep. Hey, Mark,
I have to let you go.
Yeah, I hate to go because, again, I've enjoyed looking at this photo. It seems like everybody else has. Buddy, that's just a fantastic photo. I'd love to see some more of your work. If it's anything like this, you need to share it because that's fantastic.
Well, I do have a lot of things that are memorable photographs, believe me.
I know a long time ago, or a few months ago, or whenever you were on the show, you talked about you lost a lot of your equipment and photos and film in a fire. That's a shame.
Well, the negatives were in a container and they were in a closet. So fortunately, they were, safely tucked away, but they're in storage right now. I can't scan anything.
Okay.
And everything, and I bought a Nikon that little Z scanner you put on your 50mm lens, and that worked. That really worked very well.
Great, man. Great. Well, you got some work ahead of you, Mark, because you can't let these just be hidden in negatives. You got to get that out. You got to get this stuff out there.
Well, I bought a big old printer to do, print this stuff, a good size so you can see the detail.
Yeah.
So that's what we can do. All right. Well, you take care.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for that submission. That's a fantastic photo, brother.
Yep. You're welcome.
All right. Bye-bye. Man, again, another photo, just hard to top. I don't know how you guys feel, and I'm not exaggerating. It's when he first sent it to me, I was wondering exactly how everybody would take it until they saw it, zoomed in or whatever. But everything about it just draws you in. Keep looking, keep looking. All right. Okay. Hey, our Laura, I did find your photo. It did work. I have it downloaded, and we're going to look at that when we get to it. So, all right. So the next photo, Martin Hild. Martin, paging Martin Hild. If you're around, sir, and you want to call in, you're more than welcome. Or if you would just assume talk in the chat, that's fine too. I like it. It's a still life. I mean, it's not a pose still life. I think if I remember, you did mention that this is not a posed still light, but you did use external light to actually take the photo. Here we go.
Reminds me of a ballerina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
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 Zoom in on
it. Yep. Here we go. Hello, Mr. Hild. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. A little bit tired. Bear with my English, please, because, it's not my native language, but I'll try.
Well, I'm from Kentucky here in the United States, and English is not my first language either. So go ahead, sir.
All right. Yeah, I guess I have to explain a little bit. This is probably not my best photo. But it was an eye opener for me, kind of. So the type of photography I tried here is not taking photo of reflected light, but of fluorescent light.
Oh, okay.
We worked very hard to get the photo. It's like a 5-mile hike at dusk to get in the forest to get this specific plant. And we waited till it was dark, and then we actually had a chance to take this photograph with UV torches.
Okay.
Ultraviolet torches, that we get the fluorescent light.
Okay.
Fluorescent.
Is it an orchid?
Very delicate.
It's a native orchid, and it's pretty rare.
Okay.
And it's very, very inconspicuous. It's brownish green usually, but it really stands out in UV light.
Okay.
So it's vastly different in UV light, and I think it really opened my eyes because it's so different to what you normally do with flowers photography. So yeah.
It's very cool. I just have a question. I like the tone of the image. How do you get the background black?
I didn't get that.
He's asking how did you get the background black?
Yeah, so it's taken in the middle of the night. So the forest we took it in was pitch black. So we light painted the plant with a UV torch.
So how many takes did it get since you say you were light painting? I mean,
actually, this is not the first UV picture I took.
Okay.
So maybe 3 or 4 tries.
Okay.
It's pretty straightforward once you get it down. It's like 5 seconds
exposure, f16, low ISO, but you have to really expose it very long because fluorescence is usually not very strong.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, I think you had some success here because it is a
Yeah.
unique photo. And when you said you had to trek into the woods to get to the location where it was, I hear about orchid people that, and you know, it's hard to believe that such beautiful flowers are, you know, out in the middle of nowhere. But people that are big orchid fans know where they are and know to go look.
Yeah. Actually, we you need to know where they are. If you are pretty close to them, you even can smell them. But when it's that dark, you don't see them.
Right.
You just have to know the place.
So what?
Funny enough,
what taught you, or what gave you the idea to use the UV light? I mean, was that something you went out there specifically to do?
Yeah, it's an idea. Friend of mine had. He's a pharmacist and he's very much into biology of plants and chemistry of plants, and so he had the idea. We should try this because fluorescence is very interesting to him, and so we tried.
Okay.
Yeah, funny enough, this place where we took the photo is like pretty close to the place where the Grimm brothers live. So it's kind of bizarre because it's such a fairy tale place, and you light up the plants with a torch, and it's really it's hard to describe. It's something you probably have to witness to realize because it's so strange. It really looks like on the photo. So. And once your eyes are used to the dark, you see it like that.
You know, thank you, Martin. Now I want to go do this too.
Yeah, that's really cool. I've seen nobody else doing like UV light painting. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that's first I've heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah. So as I said, it's probably not my best photo, but it's to me it's totally positive. Because it's for me it was an eye opener, and it's just such a new way to see things.
Yeah. All right, now I got to go buy a UV light. Like I don't need.
Yeah. Just if you want to try that, get real UV lights and not black light, which is. So you have UVA light because black light you actually see reflection. It's not the fluorescence you see, but you have part of the light reflected, and it's not as good.
Well, I got to tell you, Martin, it's a beautiful photo. And when you say it's not your best, this is just it's beautiful the way it is.
Yeah, I think actually. The flower is outstanding in UV light, and it's really drab and very inconspicuous in normal light.
Okay.
Reflected light, it's brownish. It's really not very interesting.
But it fluoresces under UV light, and that
there's a good comment in the chat from Lara, how insects and birds see certain flowers in ultraviolet light. So that's kind of, you know, maybe that's how they see that orchid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a whole series on like a National Geographic special or something that I watched where you could see UV. They used UV light and they'd see spiders inside some of the flowers that would show up. It was really neat.
Yeah.
Where's Martin from?
Spiders are very, very interesting.
Martin is in Germany.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Germany.
Cool.
It's getting bright outside.
Oh.
I hope my wife doesn't notice.
Hey,
She's going to be mad at me.
Yeah,
we may be here till it gets bright outside.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, Martin, thank you very much for the photo, the explanation, and everything else. And congratulations on going out to experiment. And you and your friend, I think you guys have caught a unique photo there.
Yeah, thank you.
You are more than welcome. Thank you for being one of the folks to join us.
Oh, I have to add, there were so many excellent pictures. It's really, really, really great.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think it's
awesome. Awesome.
Absolutely, I agree. It's really nice to see such varied subjects in here. So, I think
Martin, you like the Scorpions?
We don't have Scorpion here.
Oh, the band. The band.
Like to
so he's talking about the band, Martin.
The Scorpions. Not my
Klaus
favorite
Main.
band.
They're a German band.
Yeah, I know from Hanover, but it's not my favorite band.
Oh, okay.
You're talking my language now, man.
Yeah, if we are talking metal, it's more like Maiden.
Oh yeah, Iron Maiden.
Oh well.
Hey Martin, thanks for being part of the community, man. And it's really this is really fun to see everybody get to present some of their work. And you got a beautiful specimen right there. That's fantastic. And again, like I said, I see people doing these things, and then now I'm inspired to go do it. So now I got to go to B&H and find a UV light.
Yeah, do that. It's really really interesting.
You think I'm kidding, but now I want to go walk around in the back there with a UV light and just see what happens.
Yeah, most interesting are probably insects.
Yeah,
they're really lighting up. Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you again. Thank you for staying up so late or getting up so early to be a part of it. Really appreciate that.
All right.
All right. Have a great day since you're on the dawn of a new day.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right.
Take
bye.
care.
Fantastic, man. You got to love it when people are, want to explain what they did and everything else with their photo. This has been so much fun.
That's an interesting interesting concept of light painting with UV. I definitely need to try that.
Oh, I want to do it now. You think I'm kidding? Now I got to go buy a UV light so I can walk around outside at night like an idiot. People will look. What were you doing in your yard last night?
Neighbors will be calling the cops on you.
Then I can tell them, well, you have no idea what's lurking in your backyard, but let me tell you about it.
Chuck, your list is getting long. Hasselblad, dog. UV light.
Yeah, man. All right, Mike, are you still in here? We got to keep moving. I know you guys will help me stay on track, but we definitely have to keep moving. So here's Mike's photo. Mike, are you in here to talk about it? You want to call or you just want to chat from the chat? I need to get moving because everybody's getting tired, and I know they're going to want to go to bed.
I got a wife to take to the airport at 5 a.m.
Oh, man. So Mike's photo, natural light photo, probably don't need to zoom into 400%. Let's back out to, I can get it set up again. Here we go. Beautiful young lady, catch lights in her eyes. So, but definitely, unless he used just a little bit of fill, but it wouldn't be on camera considering where the catch lights are. But beautiful.
I like that there's a little bit, not like a huge, but a little bit of a subframing going on, a little bit from the left side up, and then the flowers kind of bring you right into the center. Also, somebody is catching audio.
Okay, I didn't hear it.
Check. Yeah, somebody's got their headphones came off or something. Is anybody else hearing that, or is that just me?
I'm not hearing it.
I think it's
Martin's cool. Rock you like a hurricane.
Yeah, Chuck.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good, man. Good. Like your photo here.
Yeah, it wasn't really natural light. I had a 32-inch shoot through.
Okay.
Through it, yeah. But yeah, it's a graduation picture of a close friend of ours. I've known her since she's been 3 or 4. And yeah, and I told her, I said, I'm going to give you the rock and roll treatment,
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
yeah.
So here's a classic example of off-camera flash that doesn't overtake anything. It looks
Yeah.
natural light. That's great.
Yeah, I was the shoot through was probably closer than 2 foot. I mean, it was just out of frame, and it was relatively low on the output. I just didn't want that hard shadow. I just wanted exactly the way that it came out, and I was really fortunate. Good color, good light, everything.
Yeah, but man, you set the composition up and everything else, so pat yourself on the
Oh
back.
yeah,
Great shot.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Chuck. I appreciate it. I just love shooting people. I mean, some people don't have the time or patience for people, but I guess I'm a people person at heart.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, man. So camera and lens, because I know that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Z6II, 70 or 8200 Nikon VR 2.8. I shot it, I think, at around 70 millimeter, which is kind of close for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't like getting in that close, but she knows me like an uncle, so that was an issue.
Yeah.
I think 200 SA. My flashpoint 600 was, I think, at 132nd power.
Mm-hmm.
Just a touch of light.
I like that 200 ASA.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 200 SA, going back to the old film days, right?
You're showing your age there, brother.
Oh, I know. Man, you've had some great images tonight.
I know, absolutely. I mean, some that we just couldn't even quit looking at. But yeah, nice.
That Hasselblad shot. I mean, every time you take your eyes away from it and you look back at it, you see something else.
Yeah, exactly.
And that dog image, and the one that Martin just had up with that flower under UV light. That's just freaking awesome.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, I've had the pleasure of seeing them come in, and I was waiting for. I will tell you, I had already zoomed around on Mark Weston's photo because I just had to, but I was trying to leave all of them alone for the show. But it's been fantastic. Hey, Mike, thanks for dropping a photo into
You bet. You guys got a lot more photos to go through, so I don't want to take up your time.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Very nice.
Yep,
very nice job.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Take care, buddy. Bye.
All right. I hate to rush so much, but as usual, I'm behind. So let's Millerad. Millerad is in China. This was taken in the Philippines. I don't know if he's in here, but if you are, sir, by all means.
Moody. Gives me Mapplethorpe portrait vibes.
Well, I mean, what's interesting about this is the depth of field at whatever aperture he's shooting at, because it falls off going down. I like it. It's different that way.
It's very soft.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of like 1920s portraits, which I have a preset that I use sometimes called 1920s non-delineate. It's just nonsense that I made up, and it's that soft vibe. I like that on certain black and whites. Yeah,
I love the photo. I think it's a fantastic portrait because it is a bit different. It's very sharp, as you see here on the eyes, but the fall off is pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, I like the separation of the hair on the forehead. That's what my eyes went to first was the separation of the hair there in the front of the forehead, and that just kind of grabbed me because that, I don't know, it just stands out.
it makes me think that we should whisper while talking about the photo.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man.
It's like quiet.
And if I remember, when he sent it to me, he was talking about how it was I think her prom or something similar that she was going to, and she was at a salon getting ready to prep. She'd already ever had her makeup done and everything, and so yeah, man, I think it's a beautiful. I'm sure she's going to love this as she goes on through life. It's just a great portrait, a different portrait, but I don't know. It's delicate.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that the right word?
Yeah, very delicate. Yep.
Reminds me of paper mache. You got to just be easy with it, delicate, easy. It's quiet.
Yeah, there's nothing in the photo that's harsh or hard or whatever. It's just nice. I like it. Great. I think he did a great job on selecting the aperture for this. I don't know what lens or what camera, but the angle that he shot from, maybe she was sitting down and he was standing up. But I like that it just falls off as it you drop down the photo. Cool. All right, Millerette, I wish you were in here. You could talk about it. And I'm sorry we're in such a hurry, but all right, Laura, here you go. This is you. I know you're in here.
Well, this is interesting.
Yep. Kitty cat.
I see the cat now. I thought it was a bird, like with the beak at first.
No. Kitty.
Well, that's good because when it tricks the eyes and it takes you a second to register what's going on, that's a good thing to me.
I'm curious about the camera lens and settings because it's backlit. However, there's still wait a minute. Come back here. There's still this bit of wraparound light.
It looks like an old, like a bamboo shade.
Yeah,
is what that shade looks like. If I could be wrong.
One of the roll down ones you talking about? That
roll down shades. Yeah.
I like what's going on here. I like the background.
Yep.
Yeah.
The cat.
It's very monotone without being monotone, I guess.
Now, I don't know if the cat...
Subtle is a good word.
Yeah.
Did she try to bring the shadows up? Is that why it's...
It was a cell phone pic, she said.
Yep. There you go. LG Tribute Android. Oh. I like it. No, you can't take good photos with cell phones. We don't allow that here.
Good photos.
Disqualified. Oh, no.
So it just goes to show that composition and subject is what's most important.
Yeah.
So I want to know, is that a real plant or is that a print?
It looks like it's on the back side.
I think it's on the other side of the shade. Yeah.
Oh, she said it's bamboo outside.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like
sunset,
like a silhouette of bamboo. Yeah.
Nice.
I would crop it a little. The way Chuck had it. Zoom in a little bit, Chuck.
Let me get my cursor back up there.
Just a little bit.
You
see that? No. The other way. A little out. I just want to get rid of that line there.
I see what he's talking about. Clearing it right at the base of the shade.
Poor Chuck. It's fooling around.
Yeah, it's telling me what it's going to do. How dare you?
Like that was
nice. All right. I'm sorry. I
right
know what
there.
you mean. Okay.
A little lower, but yeah, you know the idea.
If I hit the mouse, it's going to move. If I try to click on the cursor.
But this is interesting. Very interesting photo. It's nice.
I like it. I like the color. The color goes throughout. I don't know. Is that just the warmth from the sun, Laura?
I think there's probably a color in the shade too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the LG phone did a good job. Not just that, but great composition. Just another one of those found photos, as Mark was saying. There it is. Grab the phone, grab something, capture it. Good job.
I would have never guessed this is a cell phone shot.
No, because there's a lot of dynamic range in this.
Yeah,
photo.
it's got some good dynamic range. I was going to say.
Nice job.
She says,
Yep.
yeah, totally unexpected. And beige blinds or yellow beige blinds are what's giving it the color tone. Great.
Yeah, I recognize those blinds from years gone by.
Yep. Yep. All right. Thanks for the entry. Rakesh, are you still in here, sir?
Ooh, that's cool.
Milky Way at night, black and white. Wow.
I don't think I've ever seen a black and white Milky Way photo.
No, not that stands out this well.
That's definitely different.
Yeah.
You should go watch my black and white James Webb Space Telescope. And actually, I think it looks cooler in black and white than it does in color.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars to put that in space in black and white, like the Hubble looks cooler.
And I think sometimes that when you take color away, it makes you focus on more of the details because the color's not distracting.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
So
well,
I think
Keith is here. He says he's here.
All right. So you know what? Until you zoom in, I mean, at first glance, it's like lightning's hitting the tree.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I like the way it's interacting with the tree.
Fantastic time of the year or this tree's dead because these others seem to have some foliage, or maybe they don't shed their foliage in wintertime or whatever. Tell us about it, Rakesh.
You know, it's actually really cool how the white of the Milky Way fits perfect between those two upper branches.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another one of those photos that catches your eye and you just want to stare at and try to figure out other things that are in it. I like how the darkness as you go into, it's like it falls off into space up here, which of course it does. Well, that was a brilliant comment, wasn't it?
No, it makes me want to open up some of my old Milky Way photos and change them to black and white and see what they look like. It never even came to mind at the time.
Yeah, repurpose them.
Mm-hmm.
I like the line, the hill and the sky.
Yeah,
I like how it curves like that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, angles. There you go.
They say that lines like that are supposed to relay to your eye a sense of energy. That's the textbook thing. I
So
just
we're-
like that it's different because straight perfect horizons get boring to me.
Absolutely. So Rakesh is saying taken in the Shenandoah National Park 1.5 months back.
Wow.
Well, buddy, you captured a great photo. And
Yeah,
again,
it's really cool.
Yeah, black and white Milky Way photo. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, love it. I love it in
Yeah,
black
'cause
and white.
Every time you see a Milky Way photo, everybody tries to bring out all the color out,
Yeah,
out of the core.
Yeah.
Yep.
So obviously, Rakesh, is this a moonlit night? Because there's still a lot of detail in here. I know that the exposure wasn't too awfully long because we don't see
13 seconds, he's saying.
Yeah.
13 seconds with a 1.8 lens, 20 millimeter 1.8.
I'll tell you what, man, I like it. I've liked all the photos, though. I mean, again, this is the inspiration side of the house. This is why I can't get good at anything, because now I want to do this.
You got to do everything.
Yeah. I want to try this. I'll do it in conjunction with my UV light looking in the backyard.
Chuck, seriously, you're just gonna need a duffel bag for all the stuff you're gonna have to buy.
If he buys any more stuff before he moves, his wife's going to choke him because he's going to have to pack it all.
Need another U-Haul after this stream.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the problem I've got.
So
wide to long.
So he's shooting at 6400 ISO, which of course means that, at night, low light, obviously, you're going to have noise. You know what? I love it, though. I think all this is character for this image. It works.
Well, that 20 millimeter 1.8 is perfect for doing the shots at night with the sky.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
okay. So now here's the other piece. It's not like, okay, yeah, this is easy. He had to identify this wherever he's at, walking around, and just said, hey, here's a great composition. Let me put this together. You know, people think that things are so easy, but
16 stacked images for the noise reduction. That's why it looks pretty clean.
Wow.
Yeah, I think without the tree in the middle, I think the tree makes it.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
The tree, and where the lighter area is, as Z Wade said, in between the two branches.
Yeah, this in here, it's like it's grabbing that Milky Way or something.
Yeah.
Hey,
he's got a lot of patience to stack 16 images and fool around with it. I mean, you got more patience than me, my friend.
Yep.
This will look good on a metallic print.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
it would. Yeah, that needs to go. Hey, if just check this out. It's Red River. Give me 1 second. Y'all go ahead and talk amongst yourself. I'm gonna tell him the paper he needs to use.
You're gonna tell him to use the metallic pearlescent paper from Red River.
Hit it with some nice light. Boom.
Yeah. Yeah. And 16 images. The thing about that is you've got to do it quickly too. 16 in succession, because now you're talking about astrophotography where things move, and they move pretty quick. You don't really notice it until you're trying to take photos. Anybody out there take their camera out on a tripod, gimbal, whatever, and aim it at the moon and try to take photos, only to find out, especially if you're up at around 900 millimeter or so,
it moves quick.
Yeah, man,
It does.
You can't keep up with it.
Yeah. What is it? What is it? The buddy of mine that shoots a lot of landscape sunsets with long lens, I think he said the width of the sun is a full 1 degree. And if you're using like a 600 with a 2 times at 1200, after like 2 minutes, it'll be out of frame because it's so narrow.
Okay, so excuse me. The paper that I would recommend you using is by Red River, and it's Polar Luster Metallic. It's what I've been using to print my 2-year ongoing series of silver set. I got 7 more images to find, but it is awesome. It's super it's a really punchy paper, dude. You'll love it.
There you go. Now I need a printer to go with it.
Oh man, if you don't have a printer, oh dude, it is so much fun, but you will run out of wall space.
No, I do have a printer for prints, and I tried that, and I am no good at it.
You know what I ended up doing to hang some of the prints instead of getting frames because it costs too much? Is I bought one of them turnbuckle cable, bathtub whatever hangers from IKEA, and bolted it to the wall so I can clip. And I bought little clips that clip onto the edge of the paper, so I hang them on the wall, and it's like, I don't know, it's actually hanging up here. There's like, 8 feet long. That can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, fit 5 13 by 19 prints on it. So I just change them out like every month.
If you if you want to do like more like single frames, dude, like I would never take the frames that I use at home to like a showing, but just for like at home, dude, I buy these like 10 packs of like 13 by 19 frames, and they're fairly, dude, like $30 or something. They're kind of crap. I mean, usually 9 out of 10 are good. One of them will be split in the quarter, but I mean, for around the house, it's perfect. Nobody cares. Only in a showing will somebody be like, it's not on Hannah paper and it's not a custom built frame. So I mean, around the house are fine. Black frame, real low, low profile kind of.
Yep.
All right, Rakesh, sorry, but we're going to have to move on, man. I'm so far behind. I'll be on here. It'll be morning here before I get through all the photos. If I don't.
Yeah, I'm over here like yawning and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know how many people are still going to be around to talk about their photo. This is Ray Powell. So, Ray, I like it. Now, one thing he mentioned was it was handheld macro here. That's pretty daggone good. I mean, the focus point seems to be right here on the wings. But I don't mind that, especially being it's handheld. It's still sharp enough that you see the pollen and I don't know, does bees have hair? I don't know what that is. Fur, hair?
Beef fur.
Beef fur.
Beef fur.
Beef fur. It's a beefier bee. Beef fur.
Hey, I gotta Google it now. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'll find out if it's fur or hair.
But I like it, Ray. It's very nice, buddy. And I don't know if Ray's still in here. Bee fuzz is what our Laura said. Oh.
Yeah, if you do macro and you got something moving like a bee where it's just kind of jittery running up and down there and you're handheld, it's like you almost got to take like 20 photos in a row to try to get one that's sharp.
Yeah.
Because it's not easy.
Mozman said bees have hair. Okay, Mozman.
Hey, Mozman, it's fur. Okay, University of Google told me.
Google. Oh. All right, Ray. Hey, man, I wish you were in there. I know you may have, I think you were in here earlier. Sorry, brother. But beautiful photo. Fantastic. I mean, handheld. Come on.
Great shot, man. Good detail on the upper wing there.
Yeah, you got that nice purple pop of color.
Rich P.
That looks like Hassie black and white that you see like the pro Hassie users.
Another great photo. Yeah, it's, everybody can talk about, they're going to find something to pick at it about, the focal length of the lens. I love it.
Yeah, it's a good image.
Mm-hmm.
The framing is fantastic. It's not center. I like that it's not complete rule of thirds, but
and the fall off is perfect. Like his whole face looks sharp, and then everything else is falling into the softness.
I like no headroom at the top, cutting off the top of the head. I like all this, even though his hands cut at the bottom there, but it's an expression and emotion.
Is that him commenting in there? D810 with the 24-70.
There you go. All right.
Oh, that's the thing. If you're gonna cut a subject, you do it in like he did, where the hand and the head,
Yep.
People get too caught up on like whether everything in the world is within the frame, and like if you look back at older photography, there was a lot more implication of what the photo is. It's like you already know that it's a hand. You already know that you can imply that the rest of the head, what it looks like, and it's really only recently that people are like, well, you need about 3 inches of headroom on the top, and there's like, shut up.
And that's we've talked about that before. When you get into those kind of critiques, pixel peepers and purists and whatever, they just want to pick a good photo apart. In my opinion,
that's it. This is the kind of black and white. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
The whole thing here with this image is the facial expression, the right arm, the water running down the face. I mean, the facial expression with the teeth showing. I mean,
he broke all the rules.
Has a lot of energy.
He broke all the rules, and the rule that he kept was a nice sharp photo.
And it's a silvery black and white too, which is what I talk about on my YouTube channel all the time. A lot of people just hit the black and white button and call it good, and this has that silver look to it, and that's what I like in a black and white.
Dahl's got a great point here. Captured a great moment. Can't create that. Just has to happen. And that's exactly right.
Yep.
You can't stage it. It just happens and you catch it. And again, that's one of those, you look at the back of the camera and say, man, I can't wait to get home and see this on the computer. Good job. Good job.
Great job. Yes.
It's very good.
Would love to tarry longer, but man, Roy, Mr. Roy. So Roy, all of his stuff is still in storage, but he said, hey, I'll take a photo out my window. Roy, I like
look at that starburst.
Yeah, I love your view there.
You say starburst like the preset starburst? Is that
no? Look at look at the
on the lights.
Got to be a high f-stop there.
I thought you were doing another fro joke. Yeah, good colors.
Yeah, he used Skittles or
This is a big.
So Roy said I had to give up something. Yeah. hey, Roy, but I like, you know what? You tell me a lot here because I like your view out your window, man. That's a beautiful view to have.
Is this Australia?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. See if we see Matt Irwin on the bike.
Oh no, it's not a bike. It's a little scooter, isn't it? Isn't that what he's
Mhm.
on now?
Yeah.
A little electric scooter.
Little electric scooter.
Yeah, he likes a scooter. And Mac Ranger's trying to get a portrait of him with an 800.
with the light.
Well, you just showing off that view you have, man.
I'm jealous of where everybody lives because Kansas is rather bland. Wichita is actually not a good city for art. Like, nobody appreciates anything around here.
Dorothy was from there, no?
Yeah, and thankfully a tornado took her to somewhere more interesting.
Hey, Roy, thanks, man, for just, grabbing a photo or taking a photo so you could participate in this. I think everybody in here in the chat and all the folks that are constantly in the streams appreciate the fact that you've got all this experience with all these lenses, cameras, and everything else. You're kind of the go-to guy. Hey, what about this? What about that? So, but thanks for throwing a photo in as well, man. Hope you get completely moved and get everything the way you want it here soon.
What is this shot with?
Yeah, he's still in the moving mode. So yeah, Roy, what did you shoot it with? We know it's not a telephoto. He's just saying he wish he'd had one available.
Hey, Lara Moore, Salina is about. I can get there in about 50 minutes, depending on the hour, if it's police shift change. But it's about an hour, 15 minutes away. And also, Mozman, it's just right off the top of my head, man. I've heard every Dorothy joke in the world, so I gotta be fresh.
Mr. RS. It reminds me of the Peanut, Mr. Peanut, that pose.
That looks like a gray blue heron that's cold.
Yeah.
Standing in the snow. I'm not too happy about it, I don't think.
There goes
he does look really pissed. I like it.
He's on one leg, but I love how it spreads here. It kind of looks like he's got his feet together.
It does kind of look like that.
A winter day in North Texas. D810, 200 to 500.
Yeah, he looks like he's like, I've never wanted to be a blue heron less in my life.
I want to be a cat indoors.
Yeah, I like this because it's got a feel of humor to it.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the pose he caught, with it standing on one leg. And yeah, you're right. The expression on the face, if that's the what you call it.
Yeah, this dang snow is what that face reads.
I like it.
Greg Wilson, you're right. Looks quite grumpy.
Mm-hmm. I still go back to the Mr. Peanut thing for those that can remember, with the monocle and the
he's leaning over on the cane with his leg cocked sideways.
Nice, buddy. Nice
Nice timing on that one.
Yep. All right, here you go, David. I got to tell you, the portrait is fantastic. The color coordination and it's fantastic. The lens choice, aperture is fantastic. It's absolutely stunning, and hats off to you. You have an absolutely beautiful wife. Are you telling me she carries a camera around?
Yeah.
Whose wife is that?
Mine.
Who?
Steve's.
Man.
I'm sorry. I said Dave. Yeah, Steve. I'm sorry.
It makes me feel better about me balding because I already got the beard.
But Steve,
great colors, man. Wow.
Yeah, this is in fall, and like we both love fall like colors. So the orange, the bright reds, and shit like that. So we were trying to shoot a fall shoot for her because she loves the color so much. And it was like the trees didn't turn, they didn't turn, and then all of a sudden they turned, and we were busy for a couple of days, and a lot of the trees were losing leaves. So where we were going to go to a park, we noticed when we drove by there like the day before, there was nothing there. This was shot in my front yard, and you're close with the 105 1.4, but this is 200 f2 laying in the grass.
I knew it.
So
Of course, the
this is
200, the 200 F2, it can't be
Yep.
bad. It just can't.
the
I
the
looked
tree
at the
you see
Bokeh.
above. Oh yeah,
I was
it's
like, that's a 200 F2.
yep. The tree in the background is about 3 houses down, and the
Oh,
kind of silver
compression.
color you see is actually a truck parked in a driveway. But
Wow.
because the 200 is, everything disappears. This is single light, kind of above and forward. So she picked the colors, her jacket and her shoes, and then that's just laying in the front yard with leaves. I did give it a little bit more fall look with a little bit of hue change, but that was it. Other than that, this is
Great.
I think I cleaned up a couple stray hairs in Photoshop and like maybe some dirt on her heel, but that's camera profile, color, a little bit of cleanup, and that's Z7 200 F2 at F2. And the camera and lens was laying in the grass.
Wow.
Very nice. This is right up my alley, Steve.
Yep. And I'll tell you this is one of the reasons why I do take photos of people, like weddings and portraits, because I think she looks good, whatever. But she's seen this picture when it was done, and I didn't show her beforehand. And her first comment after she looked at it was, "Wow, I really do look good." And that is the absolute main reason that I do it.
Man, Steve, that's fantastic work, man. I can see how
I think it was at 800. Let me see. I think I got it up. Yeah, 800 of a second at ISO 64 at f2.
And I think
D850.
That's a Z7. That was before I got the Z9. So
no, it's not. It can't be a Z7.
No eye tracking.
It's a terrible camera.
This is Daniel Venturisk.
Yes,
sort of. Yep.
Very nice.
Man, it's a stunning image, man. I'll tell you what, everything about it, the pose, everything. Jeffrey's changing seats, everybody. Hang on a second.
Yeah, he was having some technical issues over there.
Everybody thinks it's in a park with everything, and I tell people it's in a regular subdivision, and nobody believes me.
Again, the 200 F2, man.
Like that's the advantage of, say, a 200 F2. I took the same picture with a 105-14, and it doesn't even come close. I literally took like 4 shots with it, looked at it on the back, switched to the 200 F2, and put the 105-14 back on the porch. Because about 5 feet to the right is the porch, and to the left is a tree. So we're kind of in the middle of those two, laying in the front yard. Yep.
Nice.
I love how the bokeh encircles the subject, right? So you have just a little bit of the leaves sharp that tell you, okay, these are fallen leaves, and everything else is just like demolished.
Oh,
that's incredible.
Yeah, her pants were black. They're like a black faux leather pants.
I wish I could. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because of the light, the way the light comes in, the sun's behind us and going down, but it's behind the houses. So it's not shining on her, but it's shining on the tree in the background. So we waited for the sun not to be on her so it wasn't harsh. Gave the background the light and then lit her with a single light just to match it.
Nice.
I wish I could have afforded that lens whenever I was shooting F-mount.
It works great on the 9. I just haven't used it much lately.
Man, it's stunning. I got to tell you, Steve, that's fantastic. If that's the work you're doing, brother, you're going to be a busy man if you aren't already.
Yeah.
I try to get the same type of stuff at it, like a wedding when you take out bride and groom, find something unique with color.
The color coordination is spot on.
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah, it was just something she found that old red leather jacket in the closet, and she's like, I think this will work. It should match out there pretty well. So
it matches the shoes. Yeah.
Even her the color of her hair is matching with everything. So it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, we have fun. She's my subject, and whenever I don't play around, and now she takes out a Z9, and when we go walking around or whatever, looking for eagles up north or whatever, and doing waterfalls, so she uses one, I use the other.
Nice.
So we're actually doing a new photo for her sometime in the next week or 2, I think. So it should be something new coming.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic. So my wife saw this photo when you sent it, and I was downloading it.
Yeah.
And I said, why don't you do this for me? She said, I'm not laying in the grass. I'm not getting down there with bugs and everything. I thought, okay, never mind.
Hey, Jeffrey, your mic is on? I don't think it's on. Can't hear you.
Nope. Nothing.
Good. He was probably saying nasty things over there.
Thanks,
like,
Steve. Thanks.
I even take that lens to weddings because if I'm able to get outside and use it, I'll go into the car and get it. But I always take it. I might never come out, but if I can use it, it gets put on. And I know Fahagan got one, so he understands the difference.
Yeah. Super nice lens.
Like the sharpness on it is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, don't tell Chuck that because he really didn't like.
He's gonna have to get one.
No,
he
I
has
have
one.
Oh, Chuck has one?
Yeah.
Nice.
You still getting rid of it, Chuck?
Probably, man. Hey, see, Steve, I'm going to blame you if I can't let go of it now.
Yeah, keep it. I'm telling you, it's something I won't sell. I'll sell every other F mount thing I've got, but that's
for the longest time, I would say, people talk about, well, how big it is, how heavy it is. And I would say, you know what? You'll find a reason to take this lens and use it.
Mm-hmm.
If you own it, you'll actually find a reason.
Yep.
There's very few lenses, especially in that era, because you usually have to go back a few decades to get that kind of character.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that thing, it just oozes like, shoot me. You want to.
I shot an entire bridal party after the wedding with that lens. The whole thing. The group shots, the individuals, all of it.
Wow.
Jello.
Beautiful. I mean, you have a beautiful wife too. I think it's fantastic that you two shoot together. I think it's wonderful, man.
Yeah, thanks. She has fun.
Good. All right. Moving on. It's hard to move on all this time. Every time we pull up a photo.
I think the light. I think I used the Flashpoint 600, and I want to say it was in a 36-inch softbox. It wasn't real bright, just enough to light her, and that was it.
Tim Hunter, his photo.
You know what I like about this is the classic attire with the modern existence in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like the photographer in it. Everybody sees this as dead space here or whatever, but the car kind of fills it up. I don't know how, but it's just the way I see it. I don't know what's going on. I wish Tim was in here to talk about his photo.
Looks like some street photography,
Yeah.
An interesting subject pop up, and maybe there's some kind of event going on. I'm not familiar with. I mean, is it a classic attire for like an event or like a wedding or something or a show? You just don't know, but nice lighting for it being nighttime on the subject. No, it doesn't really. Maybe there's. What do you guys think? Flash?
It almost looks like street light.
It does.
Yeah. Street light, or could be a car light from the other direction. Or
here we go.
Mr. Here he is.
There you go. Yeah. Yes, sir, Tim. Tell us about it.
Yeah, tell us the camera, the lens, the location. Where, what, when, why, how, what time, why I wasn't invited. I want to know all that.
Yeah, it looks too clean for no flash. Yeah, it may be the case. I don't know.
He says no flash.
No flash. Okay, great. What shutter speed? Because there's no motion blur in it.
Looks like she may be posing opposed to walking.
Yeah.
And the car may be just not moving. I don't know.
The way she's holding this fan, it seems, I don't know. Is it a pose
D5.
or is she blocking a light or what?
D500 and 70 to 200, 10,000 ISO. Did you run that through Topaz?
Wow. Kyoto, Japan.
That's clean for 10,000 ISO. What'd you use, Topaz or Lightroom? Gion District.
Let me see if I can get it 200.
The APS-C right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can see some grain, but it's not 10,000 ISO grain.
No. No, it's not muddy or anything else.
I mean,
Nice.
with the D500 at 10,000, you should be getting like some color destruction, right?
Yeah.
Looks good. I don't know how you did it, you wizard.
Man.
Lightroom knows. Wow.
2.8, 1/200th. Okay.
Nice. D500s are about to go up in price.
Got one of them too.
I used to have one.
Oh.
Yeah, good image. It looks, for the shooting conditions, that's fantastic.
All right, guys, no more photos with equipment that I have and I'm getting ready to get rid of. I got both of them, man, because I like the story you told me about this. So,
ooh, I like the frame within a frame.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like Robert De Niro here.
Mm-hmm.
This was at weddings. We have something called a first look. So we try to set up the groom and the bride to see each other for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So as I'm taking groom shots in this classic car, she comes out. She comes out early for the first look, and the groom has no idea she's standing there, and she's just standing there. She comes in very, very like without making any noise, standing there, and I'm talking to the groom saying, "Man, like, are you excited? You know, can't wait to see her or what?" He was nervous. So the reason why I sent you this image, Chuck, is because of the story behind it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a photograph, because you know, I just like the fact that he's nervous, can't wait to see her, and she's just standing there outside. And then after the image, she taps him on the arm, and it was just a big surprise, and it was just an emotional moment, you know. So
this is the photo that they'll, to me, this would impact them so heavily because of that story, you know. Because like he's gonna look back at this delivered product and be like, "Oh my god, I had no idea," you know. And it's just like that perfect moment before the moment, you know.
yeah, and you can see it in his eyes. He is just so excited and nervous, and and
he does look nervous.
And she's just standing right out there, inches away from him, and I'm just saying, "Hey, man, can't wait to see her or what?"
You know, the color tone that you have in here and everything else. The thing is, Vahagan, it just, again, I'm a nostalgia nut, and it gives me a 70s vibe, early 70s vibe. You know, the wing window is what caught my attention with the classic car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This was shot with the D4 24-70, I want to say. 24-70G, I think. But yeah, great moment, great story. I mean, I love this photo because of that, its story itself. You know, I was there, I witnessed it, so
Mm-hmm.
it's a great one memory for them, you know.
Yeah, I love it. And then the fact that the bride, who he's not seen yet, is in that perfect like subframe.
Mm-hmm.
So like compositionally, it's like amazing.
Yeah, they'll talk about this forever, you know. So
absolutely, they will.
That's worth every penny you charge, man.
Yeah.
Cool photo, Hagen. Cool photo, man.
This was shot with a D800 original and a 300 millimeter D lens, the metal f4 D lens. Cool lens, but there was a fire. That's Cal Fire, and putting the fires out, I thought the composition of the water and the moment, you know. So
yeah, man, that's a cool shot.
Thanks, man.
We don't have
No.
anything interesting like that happens around here. You might get life flight every once in a while, but
Well,
that's not.
it's interesting, but it's interesting bad because you got a fire going on. But I like the purple tones in the sky, or the reddish purple in the background.
Yeah, it is kind of a cool. It's kind of a cool off color for what's going on. It's probably what from the flames and stuff are kind of making the smoke a kind of a reddish purple color.
Yeah. This thing was like, I don't remember which fire this was, but like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But zoom into the chopper. Look at the sharpness of this lens, Chuck. I mean, this lens is just
wow,
spectacular.
Yeah. That's a silly looking helicopter. I've never seen one of those up close.
CH-54 Sky Crane. Military use them. I've jumped out of one of these. They put a fenced cage on the bottom because you can put anything here. That's why it's called the Sky Crane. It just picks up all these different loads. But yeah,
looks like an erector set.
300 millimeter AFD, ladies and gentlemen. You can pick one up for about $200 right now on you. Amazing.
Where were you standing when you took the picture? Were you in another?
I was standing on the top of the peak. I mean, not the peak, but I went as far as I could go. And the houses were like, there were houses in the kind of not in the hills. And I went to the very top, the top home.
Gotcha.
So he's flying pretty low there.
Yeah.
And,
look at how good the D800 holds up.
D800, right? Man.
And that lens, I mean, at 400%, it's beginning to pixelate, but there's still lots of detail there. Golly.
Wicked.
Yeah.
By the way, D800s, pick them up for like $500 or less right now.
What caught my eye of this image was just the shape of the water drop.
I love that. Yeah.
It's almost like a wave coming in off the ocean or something.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's got all those characteristics. What's the leading line? It's actually the water, and it draws you to the helicopter, and then you're looking at that. Yeah, it's fantastic. Great catch, brother.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. All right. I don't know who this guy is.
I don't know. He's probably fat and balding, though.
Is he still in the chat? Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, so I don't know if I've shared this one before. This is one of my prints. This was like one of the first outings after C-19 before Wichita set in rules. It like a full shutdown. You could go out in like groups of 6. And so me and a buddy and his girlfriend, we went out and rode scooters, and I took my camera. There was almost nobody on the streets. Now, this image is called City Real Estate, and it is not my greatest composition because I could tell whenever we stumbled on this scene that this is where somebody had been sleeping, and it broke my heart a little bit, and I wanted to capture it because I got emotional whenever I saw it, because homelessness is one of those things that just kind of cuts me deep. And I didn't want to be there taking a picture of where somebody had been sleeping when they came back. So I just did it real quick, and then I scurried away. But I wanted to capture it because it's sad. And so, but yeah, I ended up calling it City Real Estate.
Cool, man.
Yeah, it tells a story. You know what I mean? Like, story of.
I like the contrast in your black and white here too. That's me. I know a lot of people don't, but I like it.
Yeah, I like I like for the center of my images to be a little more ranged, and I generally like the outside to be a lot more dark. But this was actually shot just before I went mirrorless, and so this would have been Nikon D610. Tamron 15 to 30 millimeter f2.8G, and it's fairly simple. I almost didn't get the whole bench in there. Like I said, I really dislike this composition. It could have been better. It's just I liked the scene because of how it made me feel, but I did not want to be there when whoever had been sleeping there came back and make them feel bad about me taking a picture of where they're sleeping. You know, with street photography, you got to kind of, you don't have to be, but I like to be a little bit considerate of what else, you know, is going on. And I just didn't want to, like, I mean, if I was homeless, it would hurt my feelings if somebody found where I sleep at night to be interesting or worthy of taking a picture. Like, it would hurt my feelings. And so I didn't want to do that. So I just like, clicked it real quick, then jumped on my scooter and went and took a picture of a building or something, you know?
Nice job, Mr. ZWadePhoto.com.
Yeah, ZWadePhoto.com.
The real Z-Way photo.
The Z-Wade.
The Z-Way.
Hey, Chuck, I just want to answer a question that was asked.
Sure.
Greg Wilson asked me what fire was that.
Yeah.
I forgot. So it's been like, I don't know how many years ago, 5-6 years ago. I don't know the name of it, but it was around the San Gabriel Valley, California fire. Mount Wilson, if you know where that is.
All right, Z, you getting some love over here in the comments, buddy.
I appreciate it, everybody.
I don't know why it's a photo that could be taken with a cell phone.
Wait, who said that?
I wanted to see if you were still awake. You're doing all that planning.
Did somebody actually say that?
No.
Yeah, Chuck did.
No, just Chuck.
It's just me, man. Just me.
I was about to say, because we had a pretty good cell phone shot earlier, so if that was true, I was about to be like, all right, let me mute myself because my nice mouth streak is about to end.
No, man, I'll tell you what. This has been a lot of fun, except for it's going to cost me now because I'm going to get a UV
Mossman, Mossman, I have a gift. Hang on a second. I got a gift here. All right, sorry. That was a good one, Mossman.
There's a 99-cent store picture that sold for $4 million. You guys know about that?
What?
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Google it. 99
$4 million?
How about the photographer that took the photo of the grass in between the sidewalk and the street that sold for millions? I mean, okay, to each his own.
Art is such BS sometimes.
If you Google 99-cent store candy photo, millions, it'll come up. I think it sold for like 2 or 3 million or something like that.
Like ridiculous. A single photo, or like in total,
a photo. Like, I don't know how they sell those kind of photos, but
wow,
a picture of 99-cent candies.
Oh, jeez. Why can't I see? As a musician, I couldn't get that one hit. As a photographer, I couldn't get that one lame shot that people loved. It's like I just can't catch an easy break. Well, it's like, I mean, I don't know if you guys ever saw the story of that college student that was he was in an art exhibit. And there was an empty platform, so he just took off his glasses and set them on the art platform and took pictures of the crowd that gathered around it to take pictures and observe it. And like, I'm like, dude, that is the proof that art is such BS. I mean, he just sat him down and stood with a cell phone, took pictures of everybody falling in love with his glasses.
To go back to that,
silly.
Hang on,
talk
wait a
about
minute.
that. Well, go ahead. I'm going to talk about something. Go for it.
I'll make sure Greg's photo. I know I got it. I know I did, Greg. Hang on a second. Let me look.
To talk about that time capsule photo. You know, these days, when you think about taking a picture like that at where the sign of the times, you know, modern things, we tend not to do that because it just, I don't know, right, Z? Like, it's not interesting.
What's that?
Right? Like when you go and do like street photography with with modern times, like a gas station or something, we tend to overlook these things because we're living in the time, right? They're not interesting. But decades later, that photo will become an interesting image.
Yeah.
Just like that photo we looked at the one with the mirror and the lady, you know? So these time capsule photos are great.
Hey guys, I don't know how I missed it. Well, it just didn't upload into ACR when I was bringing the photos in. This is Greg Wilson's photo. It is pretty stunning.
Good photo.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's great.
Good job, Greg.
Nice osprey.
Good
Beautiful.
job. One of my favorite birds, buddy.
Man,
More than eagles?
There's another one.
Ospreys are, I don't know. I love eagles, but ospreys, when it comes to them feeding and getting fish, I like watching them more than the eagle.
If anybody would like a copy of this, I'll have it on fine art print tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. Chuck's Etsy is about to get thick.
You bet, man. You bet. No, that's so tack sharp, and I love it. The contrast with the white and everything in the background. That's a spectacular photo, man.
That's probably the best pinhole camera photo I've ever seen in my life.
Exactly.
D500,
That was
500
PF.
That wasn't shot with a Kodak brownie camera.
Exactly. D500, 500 PF. That's a great combo, Greg. Roy's saying perfect background. I agree. Can I get a mug and a sticker of this shot?
Hey, Chuck, I think D-Moots got to go.
Hey, David. No, all right, man.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in real quick. I got to get off of here. I got to get up early and take the wife to the airport. So this has been great.
Shameless plug, bro. Go.
Yes, go for it. Who are you?
Check out my website, D-Moots Photography on YouTube, and hit me up on Facebook as well. It's been great. This was a fun night. Great photos.
Dave, thanks for being in here, man. Appreciate you being in, having a good time. I think everybody else had a good time. So we didn't get into a bunch of gear talk tonight. Thanks, David.
No problem.
We got to do it again, man.
Yeah, sounds good.
No overheating Z30 tonight.
No, it's been running like a champ tonight.
Yeah. Thanks,
all right,
David.
buddy.
Nice
all right, take care, guys.
Yeah,
care,
nice work, Dave. Take it easy.
See you later.
See ya.
All right.
Chuck, I had sent you one a week ago or 4 days ago. I don't know if you got it or not.
He doesn't like you, Jeff.
Well,
he doesn't read your emails.
4 days ago.
I don't. 14 years ago, I sent you this picture.
I'm
hey,
looking now.
Chuck, can you zoom into the eyes and the claws real quick?
I hang on a second. Let me see if I can. Hang on a minute.
It's probably going to throw it back up to the corner like it was doing.
So hang on a minute.
That's a weird looking bird.
Let me see if. I don't think it populated in this folder for some reason. Maybe it did, and I just missed that photo. I don't know. Don't
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Gustavo asked, "Where's Mozman's photo of the week?" It probably made it into some gas station or somewhere.
There you go.
That looks really good.
Yep.
Hang on. I mean, I'm over here looking for.
David knows how to get them.
Yeah, beautiful photo, man. Beautiful.
Chuck, you're gonna make a fortune.
Am I the only one here in the West Coast?
Right now you are.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm with you in spirit, V.
I'm sitting here pretty at 9:56. I'm like, the day's just started for me.
It's midnight here.
I know.
1 a.m. here.
My wife's gonna yell at me in the morning. I was up till 2 a.m. last night, so I'm dragging anyway.
Hey, there you go, V. Laura's out in Cali.
All right. California.
Knows how to party. California. Leave it to V, the rock and roll photographer, to bring in some Pac.
Is that Tupac? All right.
Yeah.
Come on. It's a classic, too.
Is that Tupac or Snoop?
No, that's too. Well, I think Snoop might
Oh
be.
no, Dr. Dre.
It's Tupac. It's Dr. Dre.
Okay.
Probably Snoop. It's a team up or whatever they call that in the rap world. I don't know.
All right.
I probably know, but it's really late, and I'm just like just static in my brain.
I'm trying to.
Nice.
I found it, Jeffrey. I don't know why. I don't know when it was. Let's see. I searched my mailbox and found it.
It was in the deleted folder, Jeff.
Yeah,
That's-
it was.
that's
It was in
funny.
the. Yeah, it was in the junk mail. Junk mail.
Spam.
Mossman.
Spam. Yeah.
I'm probably going to bed after Jeff's, guys. I'm sorry, Mozman. I would love to see your photo. I'll go back and watch it tomorrow if you guys go that long.
Let's see.
My dog is being obnoxious. She's like, "Come to bed."
You got to go the other way, Chuck. It's to the.
Did you see it?
Yeah, you went by it.
All right. I can't find my cursor. Where's my? Here it is. All right.
Chuck is having problems with over there tonight.
You know me and tech don't get
There,
along.
you went by it again. There it is.
Got it. All right.
Ooh.
Mr. Jeffrey, fantastic catch, buddy.
Chuck, you're gonna make a fortune.
You ain't
Now
kidding.
That one.
Look at the head.
was-
It's chopped.
Oh, did he just like chop?
Yeah,
chomp
they
the head
always.
off?
Now that was one in a series of shots where it was bringing the fish to the nest for mama to feed the babies, and they always chew the heads off. So it makes it easier for mom to just start picking the flesh out where the head was to feed
That's
the young.
wicked.
And so I picked this one because the other angles you'd see it flying in with the fish or whatever, but this one you could more visually impactful because you could see that there's no head there easier. So I thought this was the one to choose, and I cropped it in a little more than what I had on my computer to just kind of because the background's just trees out of focus. They're not really adding a lot to the picture. The bird is what makes the picture, so I cropped it a little tighter when I sent it to Chuck, but that's f8 1/2000th of a second at ISO 4500 with the 500 PF.
Wow.
I disagree that the bird is the image. I think the fact that you got the bird and it does have the fish, right? But it's also missing the head. And since you know that it chews off the head, now you know what its intention is with the fish. It's to go back and feed its young. You know, so it's like yes, the bird, the composition is good, the colors are good, it's sharp, but the fact that it now has a story, because people who know birds would know that its head is missing for this reason. Now it has purpose, you know, and so it's got that story to go with it.
Jeffrey, that's awesome.
When these guys get the fish, typically, not to get gross or nothing, but I mean they always work the head first, man. They'll eat the gill slits, they'll eat the eyes. I mean, they don't waste much. I don't know if they eat the lips or anything, but they do the eyes and the gill slits. They love the gill slits.
And what kind of bird is that?
Osprey. But when they're feeding the young, they'll always take the head. That'll always be flying back to the nest with no head. I mean, rarely will you see it with the head on it. Once in a while, but not no guarantees. But most of the time, no head.
What'd you shoot it with?
500 PF with the Z9.
Nice.
That's some serious sushi right there. Hey, but Jeff, does this happen like a lot, or this is just like 1 in a million kind of thing to take?
Well, I mean, it happens fairly often, but the odds of you being there when it's coming with the food, you could like probably this was just a series of shots on a 4-hour boat trip, and I got a half a dozen shots and it's the only one I got where the bird had food. So, although it's common that they do it, it's not like, oh, if you're there for half a day, you're going to get 10 different birds flying around with fish. That's not what you're usually going to get. You're going to be lucky if you get it at one time. You maybe get a series of 6 or 8 shots, and then that might be all you get. And sometimes you go for that long and you don't catch any of them that have a fish. You're just getting birds in the nest, and that's it. So
And I love what's going on there, and I also like the contrast of the background, like the colors.
Mm-hmm.
So you got that color combination that's really popping, the subject out. Just nice.
It's very 3D.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because if this thing was shot like in a brown background,
it wouldn't look good.
It wouldn't work at all.
Or with dead trees, wouldn't look that good either.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Yeah, real good. Guys, that's probably going to be it for me because I am just trashed. I got a photo shoot early, so not trashed as in drunk. I'm trashed as in tired. I should. I'm just going to stop talking. I'm going to stop talking.
Gustavo's asking what kind of fish. I really don't know what kind of fish it is, to be honest with you.
Well, you got to start getting
sashimi
research on that right now.
Yes, if I was Jeff and Leslie would probably be able to tell me.
Hey, Mozman just sent me a couple of photos. I know everybody's getting tired. I just want to throw it up there. Moz.
Hey.
That is a fantastic portrait of an eagle.
This is
I
National
want to know
Geographic.
whose camera he stole to get that picture.
Speaking of stealing, Chuck is officially going to be a millionaire.
Oh
yeah,
exactly. Chuck's going to have a book out in about a month.
A calendar.
In
He's going to have a Matt Irwin style calendar and put him out of business.
Yeah.
That looks like studio lighting right there.
Yeah.
So, Maz, what lens, buddy? He already told me in the email.
That's a 4.45, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh God, I need it.
Is it? Is this 4.45?
Tell us, Maz.
Yep.
There it is.
That's from the taxidermy school at the.
Yeah.
When'd you take this, man, and where?
Look at the Okay, so detail aside, the contrast of this lens is creating the implication of that detail. Look at the feathers at the bottom. Yep. The contrast is unbelievable.
I got to tell you, people, I wish you could see it on a big screen. It is phenomenal.
Well, can you zoom in real quick? Or no?
No, because it's not in the folder. I just pulled it up. I downloaded it real quick. He just sent them to me.
If you're, hey V, are you on a Mac?
Yeah.
You should be able to. If you have a touchpad, you should be able to zoom in by doing this number.
No,
just do Command plus.
Mm-hmm.
Command plus on a Mac.
Enter full screen.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. I'm entering full screen. Oh, wow, that's some detail, man.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
That's sick.
Look at the neck feathers. Jeez, every single little separation.
Yep.
Damn it, I need this lens.
Do you
so
need
what
it
is,
or
what
do
is
you
this like
want
a,
it?
is this is a park where you go and just shoot?
We need them all.
That's irrelevant, Jeff. Look at it. I don't have it is the question, and why?
You could get that with the 500 as well.
A safari park is what, like a zoo for birds or something? Or sorry,
that would probably be a safari park. Would typically have birds and animals, everything, giraffes, hippos, whatever.
Wow,
fantastic, Moz man! All right,
great job, Moz man.
That's
Moz
number
man.
1. Here's number 2.
Is that the extinct dodo bird?
Moz is the dodo bird. Just kidding, Moz.
Man, that is fantastic.
What kind of bird is that?
That I
That's a
don't know.
confused pigeon.
What, Jeffrey? You don't know?
No.
He's kind of got the
Jeff.
same.
That's not from down here. That's from up your way.
All right.
Some kind
all
of
right.
gull. It's some kind
All
of a
right.
gull, but I don't know what.
If
kind
it's
of
out in
gull.
LA, the bird is. Never mind. I'm not going to make any jokes about LA. I'm just shut that one down.
I'm getting disconnected again.
Well, it's
I like
not LA. There's ocean.
I like the foam on the water. It looks like it's wintertime,
It does.
snow.
I mean, actually, that's until you said foam. That's what I assumed it was. Nice. No idea what the bird is. That sounds like me whenever I take like on the rare occasion I get a good picture of a bird. I'm like, I have no idea what this thing is. I could tell you a bald eagle just because it's driven into American children's heads.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what kind of bird, but a shot at the surfing contest. You got to love that.
Surfer's going on. He's looking at birds.
Moz, thanks, man, for sharing those. I forgot you had told me today that you might have them up and get them in here for the show. Man, exceptionally sharp, very clean. The color's fantastic. Love it. Both of them. That eagle headshot, though. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I put those on mugs. Everybody or phone covers or whatever.
Don't worry, he'll clone out everybody's watermarks there.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
No need to worry about
man.
Well, guys, I would love to stay and do whatever comes next, but I simply can't. I feel real bad for you guys over on the East Coast right now, but I have got to go to bed. Everybody else, I'm going to keep it short. Check out Z Wade Photo, YouTube, or zwadephoto.com to see the best of my work. And with that, great job, everybody. Great photos. Hosts, we'll see y'all later, fam.
Good night, Z.
Hey,
Later.
Z. Thanks for coming in, man.
Yes, sir.
Glad you were in here.
Take it
me
easy.
too. Thanks for having me.
It's
Bye.
easy.
No problem. And that's it. I'm gonna make it a wrap too. It's definitely yeah, I like that. Thanks, Moz. I don't have to go to the trouble of cloning out your watermark.
Made it easy for you.
Yeah, that's about it for me too. Hey, let's go around the horn. I thank all you guys for being in here tonight. Steve, Vahagan, and Jeff. Thank everybody that's been in the chat tonight. We've had quite a few people in here. This was fun. I'm glad you guys suggested it. I'm glad that it went well. It was a great time. Now I'm inspired to go do all these things. So thanks a lot for that.
And don't sell the 200.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Or I'll have to swap it back and forth. I'll have to swap it for the 500 PF and then trade that back for the 200, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. All right. Hey, Steve,
Yo.
throw your site out there wherever people need to go to see your work, man. And again, that's a stunning photo of your wife. You are a portrait photographer, buddy.
Thanks.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, it's website stevelandphotography.com. It's pretty much like my portfolio. And then I got some landscape and wildlife stuff that links to a Pixie set gallery where there's like prints for sale. But other than that, just YouTube, and hopefully have a couple of videos coming next couple of weeks. It's been a lacking spring and summer for video.
Well, buddy, if your video is going to be anything close to your portrait photography, this ought to be stunning.
Yeah, there's a video on my YouTube for the whole 200 F2. Everything I've shot with it for like 2 years.
Got to check it out, man. I got to check it out. Recommend everybody else does too. Thanks for being in here, Steve. Good having you.
Thanks for having me on.
Studio's looking good there too, by the way, and your audio's superb. Vahagan, need I even say anything? Again, the rock and roll photographer. But
I just want to thank Chuck Talks, AP Studios, for having me here, and all you guys. It's been fun. It's been a pleasure. And check out my Instagram, which is Vahography, my YouTube channel, Vahography, and some more rock and roll coming soon on the channel. I'm gonna shoot some club concert photography soon, so that'll be fun.
Cool, man. Yeah. Hey, and by the way, I love that new format, the idea of doing the podcast on YouTube that way. That was fantastic. Can't wait to see who you get in there next. The thing about it is it's so comfortable doing that. If you're the guest or with Vahagan, you're just at ease. There's nothing distracting you. It really helps with the conversation. Can't wait to see what's next, Vahagan.
All right, definitely. Thank you, man.
Jeffrey, selective imagery.
You know, when I'm here and not disconnected, it's great. Steve, it was a pleasure to meet you.
You too, man.
And great work.
Thank you.
And I already kind of did my spiel earlier. I'm going to let everybody go to bed. And it was Chuck. Thanks for having me on again. And I think it's time we all crashed.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm beat. It's been a long day today for some reason, but yeah, this made it all good. I really enjoyed tonight.
I did too.
All right, gentlemen, I don't have anything else, and I'm not trying to escape other than it's time for me to go to the little boys' room again, as usual. Everybody, if you would, drop a like. It just motivates me to keep doing this stuff. I love doing it. I love all the folks that we have in the community chat here. Thank you all for being here. And if you're new here and you haven't subscribed and you like what we did tonight, we do this all the time. 2 live streams a week, Wednesday afternoon and Saturday night. But consider subscribing, drop a like. Hope to see you all again here soon. We'll be back Wednesday, if not a rant video somewhere in between.
Impromptu.
Yes, impromptu. Be back Wednesday and hope to see everybody here again. Thank you all for being in here. God bless you all. I'll see you Wednesday.
Take care.